Hello, I'm Hans from Asia One, and polls for Singapore's 14th general election have officially closed in Singapore at 8 p.m. local time, with all eyes now on the ballot counting process. I'm here at Nan Chiau High School, one of the counting centers in Sengkang GRC. So just to walk you through what the process is now like, well, after the polls have closed, what's going to be happening is that, election officials will actually be sealing the slits in the ballot boxes to prevent anything else from being dropped in. Once they've sealed that, the candidates may affix their seals or sign on the ballot boxes. The candidates may also observe the transport of the sealed ballot boxes, which is carried out under police escorts from the polling center to the designated counting centers like this one here in Sengkang GRC. The police officers will guard the ballot boxes throughout the journey. Well, the votes are typically counted by hand at these counting centers, and at these centers, the candidates may once again inspect the ballot boxes before they are open. This is to check that all boxes are accounted for and that the seals have not been tampered with. The seals are then broken and the ballot papers will be sorted and counted. The empty ballot boxes will also be shown to the candidates. Before the official results are announced tonight, we can be expecting sample counts. So what are these sample counts for? Well, what will be happening is that, a counting assistant will pick up a random bundle of 100 ballot papers in front of candidates and counting agents present. And they will count the number of votes for each candidate or group of candidates in the case of a GRC. The votes will be added up with weightage given to account for difference in the number of votes cast at each polling station. Sample count for the electoral division will be shown as a percentage of valid votes garnered by each candidate or a group of candidates. Well, for GE2025, there are 92 out of 97 parliamentary seats that await the verdict of voters, with Marine Parade Braddell Heights GRC uncontested at this election following a walkthrough. This is also the first electoral test for Prime Minister Lawrence Wong, who took over from his predecessor Lee Hsien Loong last year. I just want to recap a bit on the GE 2020 polls, where the ruling People's Action Party clinched 61.24% of the votes. That's down by close to 9 percentage points from the previous general election, where it garnered 69.9% of the votes. The PAP kept 83 out of 93 parliamentary seats, but it ceded more seats to the opposition, which won 10 seats, the most ever. The opposition has acknowledged that it cannot unseat the PAP, but is appealing to voters for a stronger voice in Parliament. If you're just joining us, I'm Hans from Asia One, and I'm here at Nan Chiau High School just behind me, which is one of the counting centers at Sengkang GRC. Polls across Singapore have officially closed just a moment ago at 8 p.m. Singapore time, and all eyes are now on the ballot counting process. Well, in an update earlier, the Elections Department also said that as of 5 p.m., 2,164,593 Singaporeans have cast their votes. That's about 82% of the 2,627,026 eligible electors in all contested electoral divisions. Despite the downpours reported at some polling stations, voters were certainly not deterred as they waited patiently before the gates at these polling stations opened. And the proceedings so far were generally orderly and smooth throughout the 12 hours of voting. Before the official results will be announced, we can expect sample counts to be released. What will happen is that a counting assistant will be picking up a random bundle of 100 ballot papers in front of the candidates and counting agents present. The votes will be added up with weightage given to account for difference in the number of votes cast at each polling station. The sample counts for the electoral division will be shown as a percentage of valid votes garnered by each candidate. We'll just take a look now at Nan Chiau High School, and it's just 8:24 p.m. Singapore time. Nan Chiau High School is one of the counting centers for GE 2025. you're seeing is live footages out of Nan Chiau High School. We're just at the entrance of this counting center, one of several counting centers across Singapore for GE 2025. Hello, I'm Hans from Asia 1 and I'm just at Nan Chiau High School, one of the counting centers for GE 2025. Well, with polling across Singapore closed at 8 p.m. Singapore time just a moment ago, the ballot boxes are being sealed across the island, and what will happen is that these boxes will be transported to the counting centers. We should have the buses which are carrying these ballot boxes arriving at counting centers shortly, any moment from now, and the first sample count should be available. Well, based on historical norms or based on past references, the first sample count should be released in about 1.5 hours from now, and the first confirmed results based on the past general election should be out about 11:30 p.m. Usually, sample counts are available about an hour after the buses arrive, and within 2 hours, barring any recounts, the results for the constituency should be out. Well, in an update earlier, just for those curious on the voter turnout, the Elections Department said that as of 5 p.m., 2.17 million Singaporeans have cast their votes. That's about 82% of the 2,627,026 eligible electors in all contested electoral divisions. Polling stations were open for 12 hours from 8 a.m. today, and despite the downpour across some polling stations, voters were certainly not deterred as they waited patiently before gates opened, and the proceedings were generally smooth and orderly across the polling stations across Singapore as well. There are 92 out of 97 parliamentary seats that await the verdict of voters, with Marine Parade Braddell Heights GRC uncontested at this election. And this election is the first electoral test for Prime Minister Lawrence Wong, who took over from his predecessor Lawrence Wong last year. We should be expecting, the buses carrying ballot boxes to arrive at the counting centres, including this one at Nan Chiau High School in Sengkang GRC anytime soon. Hello, I'm Hans from Asia 1, and we are here at Nanchao High School where we can see maybe the first of several buses actually carrying the ballot boxes entering Nanchao High School, one of the counting centers. This is one of the counting centers in Sengkang GRC. For those joining us, I'm Hans from Asia 1, and we have just seen one of the bus carrying the ballot boxes enter Nanchao High School, which is one of the counting centers in Sengkang GRC. What will happen at this counting center will be, the candidates may once again inspect the ballot boxes before they are opened to check that all boxes are accounted for and the seals have not been tampered with. The seals will then be broken before the ballot papers are sorted and counted. Before the official results are announced, we should be expecting sample counts. And how these sample counts will be done, which is from the votes cast at each polling station, a counting assistant would have picked up a random bundle of 100 ballot papers in front of the candidates and counting agents present, and count the number of votes for each candidate or group of candidates in the case of a GRC. The votes will be added up, with the weightage given to account for the difference in the number of votes cast at each polling station. Sample count for the electoral division will be shown as a percentage of valid votes garnered by each candidate or group of candidates. For those joining us, you are seeing live footage out of Nanchao High School, one of the counting centers of this year's general election. And just a moment ago at 8 p.m. Singapore time, polling closed officially at 8 p.m.
And hello again, once again from Asia One. If you're just joining us live, we're just right outside Nanchao High School, which serves as one of the counting centers for Sengkang GRC. Now, Sengkang GRC was formed in 2020, and the Workers' Party and the People's Action Party contested in that election, with the Workers' Party's He Ting Ru and her team winning with 52.12% of the votes against the PAP team led by Mr. Ng Chee Meng. Now, Mr. Ng Chee Meng, of course, is now contesting in Jalan Kayu SMC for GE2025. And right now, the Sengkang GRC slate is led by former Senior Minister of State Dr. Lam Pin Min. Now, Dr. Lam Pin Min and the team lost to the Workers' Party's team in the 2020 general election. Now, earlier on at 8 p.m., polls closed. Now, after the polls closed, the polling stations were closed and ballot boxes were sealed, and progressively these has been transported all across the island from polling stations to regional counting centers like the one we are outside right now. Now, what we can expect from here on is sometime around 9:30 p.m., we should be seeing the first sample counts, and this is really based on past general elections. We should be seeing the sample counts coming up sometime from 9:30 p.m. onwards, and thereafter, about 2 hours thereafter, which means anytime after 11 p.m. tonight, we will be seeing the first confirmed results, and this generally starts from the smaller constituencies. Now, there's no telling when the first there's no telling of when the first results will actually be in, and these are actually just based on historical norms in the past. But once again, from Asia One here, we'll be bringing you some of these live proceedings from this counting center and as well as other locations across Singapore tonight. Now, we will also be coming to you live from assembly centers such as the Bedok Stadium, which is an assembly center for the People's Action Party, a Workers' Party from the Serangoon Stadium, and also we will be bringing you live scenes from some of the more popular hangouts for supporters of political parties, such as one coffee shop in Hougang. And once again, if you're just joining us here at Asia One, we'll be bringing you these live proceedings throughout the night.
For those joining us, you're seeing live footage from Nanchao High School where a bus carrying ballot papers have just entered. This is the third bus that Asia One has observed entering this counting center for Sengkang GRC. Polling across Singapore closed at 8 p.m. local time, with all eyes on the ballot counting process now. Sengkang GRC was formed in 2020, and the Workers' Party team made up of He Ting Ru, Louis Chua, James Lim, and its new candidate Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Malik is up against the PAP team, led by former Senior Minister of State Dr. Lam Pin Min. Ballot papers for Sengkang GRC were emptied out from these ballot boxes inside Nanchao High School at around 8:25 p.m. And this is one of several counting centers across the island where election officials will be handing these ballot boxes to police officers and, counting these voting slips. For GE2025, there are 92 out of 97 parliamentary seats that await the verdict of voters, with Marine Parade Braddell Heights GRC uncontested at this election. This is the first electoral test for Prime Minister Lawrence Wong, who took over from his predecessor Lee Hsien Loong last year. In the GE2020 polls, the People's Action Party clinched 61.24% of the votes. That's down by close to 9 percentage points from the previous general election, where the PAP garnered 69.9% of the votes. The ruling party kept 83 out of 93 parliamentary seats, but ceded more seats to the opposition, which won 10 seats the most ever. The opposition has acknowledged it cannot unseat the PAP, but is appealing to voters for a stronger voice in Parliament. As you can see, one of the buses carrying the ballot boxes has just left Nanchow High School. For those joining us, we're outside one of the counting centres here in Sengkang GRC. Where the ballot papers are being emptied out from the ballot boxes.
And hello, you're here live with us at Asia One. And if you're just joining us, we are currently live from two locations. The first being Nan Chau High School. Now, Nan Chau High School serves as one of the counting centers for Sengkang GRC. Earlier on, at about 8:25 p.m., ballot boxes started arriving at this counting center here in Nan Chau High School. Once again, it's one of a few counting centers that serve Sengkang GRC. Now, we're also concurrently live with you from Ballot Stadium, which serves as an assembly center for PAP supporters from Hougang SMC, Mountbatten, and Tampines Changkat SMCs, as well as a few GRCs, namely Aljunied, East Coast, Jalan Besar, Punggol, Pasir Ris Changi, and Tampines GRCs. Now, as early as 8 p.m. earlier on, when the gates were open to supporters, we started seeing supporters start to stream into this stadium. Currently, about just over 100 people all across the stadium, and more supporters are actually outside the stadium at this time, and they are gradually streaming in. Now, it's going to be quite a long night from here. As we know from historical norms, usually about an hour to an hour and a half after the ballot boxes arrive at the counting centers, the sample counts will be released. Now, this is expected to take place sometime after 9 p.m., which is any time from now, or from 9:30 p.m. onwards. Now, thereafter, for about 2 hours after the sample counts are released, it is possible to receive the first confirmed results for constituencies. Now, if you continue staying live with us through the night, we will continue to bring you live footages, live scenes, not just here at Bedok Stadium and not just here from outside Nan Chau High School, but we'll be moving across to other assembly centers such as the Workers' Party Assembly Center at Serangoon Stadium, as well as the scenes from various gathering points such as a coffee shop in Hougang, as well as from the live press conferences when they happen. Once again, if you've just joined us here at Asia One, we will continue to be live with you through the night.
Hello from Asia One, and you are actually seeing live footages out of Nan Chau High School, which is one of the counting centers for GE2025. Vote counting is now underway after polls closed at 8 p.m. Singapore time, and the ballot papers were emptied out from ballot boxes here at Nan Chau High School at around 8:25 p.m. Here in Sengkang GRC, which was formed in 2020, the incumbent Workers' Party team is facing a People's Action Party team led by Dr. Lam Pin Min. Actually open for 12 hours from 8 a.m. this morning, and the proceedings were generally smooth and orderly. Despite the downpours across some polling stations in the morning, voters were certainly not deterred as they waited patiently before gates of the polling stations open. Before the official results are announced for GE2025, we can expect sample counts to be released. The sample count for GE2020 was released about an hour and a half, which was about 9:30 p.m. Singapore time. The sample count for the electoral division will be shown as a percentage of valid votes garnered by each candidate or group of candidates. How that is done, essentially a counting assistant will pick up a random bundle of 100 ballot papers in front of the candidates and counting agents present and count the number of votes for each candidate or group of candidates in the case of a GRC. This year's general election will be seeing 92 out of 97 parliamentary seats that await the verdict of voters, who took over from his predecessor Lee Hsien Loong last year. The PAP clinched 61.24% of the votes in GE 2020, down by close to 9 percentage points from the previous general election, where it garnered 69.9% of the votes. The PAP kept 83 out of 93 parliamentary seats, but ceded more seats to the opposition, which won 10 seats, the most ever. The opposition has acknowledged it cannot unseat the PAP, but is appealing to voters for a stronger voice in Parliament. For those just joining us, I'm Hans from Asia 1, and we are actually outside Nan Chiau High School, where I've observed at least 3 buses carrying the ballot boxes heading into this counting center. Brought over in these buses, and votes are actually being counted now, with the sample count set to be released later tonight. We're just going to bring you to more live footages outside Nan Chiau High School, where we do see the media gathered as well as some personnel, police personnel actually leaving the premises. For those just joining us, I'm Hans from Asia 1, and all the buses carrying the ballot boxes have entered Nan Chiau High School. Vote counting is underway here and across several or all the counting centers across Singapore for GE2025. Sengkang GRC was formed in 2020, with the incumbent Workers' Party team here facing a People's Action Party team led by Dr. Lam Pin Min. We will also be streaming live from assembly centers such as the one you saw at Ballot Stadium for the People's Action Party. We will also have live footage coming out from an assembly center for the Workers' Party.
Hello, here from Asia 1 once again, and earlier on we were bringing you live footages, live scenes from outside Nan Chiau High School. Now that serves as one of the counting centres for Sengkang GRC for the 2025 general elections. Now, what is happening from this point on is that we are actually expecting the sample count any time from now to somewhere before perhaps 10 p.m. Now, nobody will know for sure, but what exactly is a sample count? Now, the sample count is actually performed at the start of the counting process to get an early indication of the possible electoral outcome for that electoral division. Now, according to the Elections Department, sample counts are released to help prevent speculation and misinformation from unofficial sources while counting is underway. Now, before counting is completed and the election results are completed. Now, a sample count is also said to help election officials check against the election result for that electoral division. Now, how is the sample count done? Now, from the votes cast at each polling station, a counting assistant will pick up a random bundle of 100 ballot papers in front of the candidates and counting agents, and they will proceed to count the number of votes for each candidate or group of candidates in the case of a GRC. The votes will be added up, with weightage given to account for the difference in the number of votes cast at each polling station. The sample count for the electoral division will be shown as a percentage of valid votes garnered by each candidate or group of candidates in the case of a GRC. Now, once again, we're just waiting for the first anytime from 2 hours onwards after a sample count is released for the full results of a constituency. Now, that is on the condition that there are no close, I beg your pardon now, that is on the condition that the results are not close enough for a recount to be caught. Now, in a case where recount is called for, now this could take more than a few hours before the results are conclusive. Once again, we were live with you earlier on from Nan Chau High School, one of the counting centers for Sengkang GRC. Now, as we all know, Sengkang GRC was a new GRC that was formed back in 2020. Now, during that general election, the Workers' Party won with 52.12% of the votes against the PAP team led by Mr. Ng Chee Meng. Now, Mr. Ng Chee Meng is contesting in the newly created Jalan Kayu SMC for this general election. If you're just joining us, we bring you scenes live right now from the PAP's Assembly Centre at Ballot Stadium. Now, there are now slightly over 100 supporters, and they started to stream in just after 8 p.m. when the gates were open to supporters. There's still several more supporters outside the stadium, and they are not entering the stadium at this point. But as we all know, this is still very much early. Votes closed early on at 8 p.m. and ballot boxes started arriving at various counting centres across the island sometime just before 8:30 p.m. As we have said earlier, we should be expecting the first sample counts sometime after 9 p.m. and just before 10 p.m. and this is really based on historical norms. Now, sometime about 2 hours or more, depending on whether there are recounts, after a sample count is released, we should be getting results for the first constituency. Once again, if you're just joining us and you're wondering what a sample count is performed at the start of the counting process to get an early indication of the possible electoral outcome for that electoral division. Now, throughout tonight, we will be bringing you more live footages, not just here at Bedok Stadium, but also from Serangoon Stadium, which is actually a Workers' Party Assembly Centre. We will also be roaming the streets to bring you live scenes from various interesting places, such as a coffee shop in Hougang, where Workers' Party supporters are known to congregate and gather at. Once again, join us, continue to stay online here at Asia One with us. Thank you. Hello once again from Asia One, and if you're just joining us, we're live throughout the night to bring you the latest results and proceedings from counting centres as well as assembly centres and live live supporter gathering locations all across the island. Now, earlier on, our colleague Hans brought you live scenes from the counting centre at Nan Chau High School that serves as a counting centre for Sengkang GRC. Now, currently, vote tallying has already begun in the counting centre that serves the electoral division of Sengkang GRCs. Now, earlier on, our colleagues saw Workers' Party candidates James Lim and Abdul Muhaimin Abdul Malik witnessing this counting of ballot papers. Right now, we're live with you from Bedok Stadium, which is the assembly point for the People's Actions Party. Now, this assembly point mainly serves GRCs and SMCs in the east. We understand that supporters from the PAP from the SMCs of Hougang, Mountbatten and Tampines Changkat are gathered here tonight. Now, similarly, for the GRCs of Aljunied, East Coast, Jalan Besar, Punggol, Pasir Ris Changi and Tampines GRC are gathered here tonight. Now, there are now just more than 100 people amongst the crowd, and some of them are just waving flags, cheering on for their candidates from the People's Action Party. There are a couple more supporters outside Bedok Stadium, and we understand that most of them started streaming in once the gates were open to supporters at about 8 p.m. Now, we also understand that the returning officer might anytime now be coming live with the first sample counts from one of the constituencies. Now, we're still waiting for updates on that, and once we have the results of the first sample count, we'll be bringing you that information as soon as we can. Now, earlier on, when our colleague Hans was bringing you scenes live from Nan Chau High School, the counting centre for Sengkang GRC, we want to recap that Sengkang GRC was first formed in 2020. Now, in that year, the Workers' Parties led by He Qingru won the People's Action Party with 52.12% of the valid votes. Now, the PAP team led by Mr. Ng Chee Meng. Mr. Ng Chee Meng, of course, is no longer contesting in Sengkang GRC. Mr. Ng Chee Meng is currently contesting in the newly created Jalan Kayu SMC. Former Minister of State Lam Pin Min, who was also a member of the PAP's slate for Sengkang GRC in the 2020 general election, is currently leading the Sengkang slate there. Now, throughout tonight, we will be bringing you to some interesting places. Right now, Hans is on his way to the 322 Hougang coffee shop. Now, that's a known rallying point for Workers' Party supporters. Earlier on, our reporters were on the scene, and we understand that it's now already a hive of activities there with hundreds of Workers' Party supporters turning up in full force at that coffee shop. Now, it is a traditional gathering point for the Workers' Party supporters. Throughout the night as elections comes in, this is one of the coffee shops that will really be boisterous. There will be people with the inflated live footages from Bedok Stadium. Once again, that is the gathering point for the People's Action Party supporters from the eastern part of Singapore. Now, right now, the sample counts are underway in counting centres across Singapore. Now, what is a sample count? Now, according to the Elections Department, a sample count is performed at the start of the counting process in order to get an early indication of the possible electoral outcome for that electoral division. Now, according to the Elections Department, the sample count is released to prevent speculation and misinformation from unofficial sources while counting is underway. Right now, the process of sample counting goes like this. Now, from the votes cast at each polling station, a counting assistant will pick up a random bundle of 100 ballot papers in front of the candidates and their counting agents and will count the number of votes for each candidate. Now, or group of candidates, if this is in the case of a GRC. The votes will be added up with weightage given to account for the difference in the number of votes cast at each polling station. Well, right now, once again, if you're just joining us, we will be bringing you live coverage of the polling day results night. Earlier on, we were right outside Nan Chau High School, which is a counting centre for the Sengkang GRC. We are also currently live from Bedok Stadium, and our colleagues over at Serangoon Stadium, which is a gathering point for the Workers' Party, will be coming live online with us shortly. We will also be bringing you live scenes from 322 Hougang Coffee Shop, and anytime right now, we may be soon expecting the first sample count results, so just stay online with us, stay tuned to us as we bring you the latest throughout the night. Once again, here from Asia One, stay tuned to us.
It will be, voting for people with these sort of, achievements, credibility, be they lawyers, engineers, the list goes on. So I think it's a reflection of how far we have come as a meritocratic society.
Right. Okay, we'll continue this conversation in a second. Six People's Action Party newcomers may be thrown straight into the deep end if elected into Parliament. Prime Minister Lawrence Wong has touted them as potential political office holders. While speaking at a lunchtime rally, Mr. Wong identified former Army Chief David Neil in Tampines GRC, ex-Agency for Integrated Care Chief Dinesh Vasudev in East Coast GRC, and former civil servant Jeffrey Xiao in Choa Chu Kang GRC as part of the country's future leadership pool. The Prime Minister also pointed out West Coast Jurong West GRC candidate Dr. Hamid Razak as another new faces on his Miso GRC team. There go Han Yan and Dr. Said Harun El-Habshi.
Those who identified, right? I mean, does that matter to voters?
Hello, you're live here with Asia One once again, and at Serangoon Stadium, where Workers' Party supporters are gathered, have started to come online, and in just a while more, another camera showing scenes from 322 Hougang Coffee Shop will also be up. Now, as you know, 322 Hougang Coffee Shop is a popular gathering point in each general election for Workers' Party supporters. You can expect the ambience to be electrifying, supporters holding up inflatable hammers, blowing whistles, and this will be a very, very, very boisterous and electrifying scene. And Hans will be live with you in a while once he's ready. And in the meantime, you're also seeing live footages here where the People's Action Party supporters are gathered at Bedok Stadium. Now, over at Bedok Stadium, it serves as a gathering point for the People's Action Party's eastern constituencies. Now, the single-member constituencies or SMCs of Hougang, Mountbatten, and Tampines Changkat are gathered here at Bedok Stadium. Now, concurrently, the GRCs of Aljunied, East Coast, Jalan Besar, Punggol, Pasir Ris Changi, and Tampines will also be at this PAP Assembly Centre. Now, right in front of you, you're actually seeing supporters of East Coast GRC holding up placards for Minister for Culture, Community and Youth, Mr. Edwin Tong. Now, over at the other screen, you would actually be seeing live scenes right now from the Workers' Party's Assembly Centre at Serangoon Stadium. Earlier on, our colleague Hans was right outside Nan Chiau High School as the ballot boxes arrived from various polling stations in Sengkang GRC. Now, Nan Chiau High School serves as one of the counting centres for Sengkang GRC. Of course, as we know, in the 2020 general election, the Workers' Party team led by Ms. He Ting-ru won with 52.12% of the valid votes against the People's Action Party team led by Mr. Ng Chee Meng. Now, Mr. Ng Chee Meng is contesting in Jalan Kayu for this general election, and the People's Action Party's candidates are in Sengkang GRC are currently led by former Senior Minister of State Dr. Lam Pin Min. Dr. Lam Pin Min was also a member of the People's Action Party's losing slate in 2020. Right now, in counting centres all across the island, counting is currently underway after the polls ended at 8 p.m. earlier. Now, what exactly is a sample count? A sample count is actually performed at the start of the counting process to get an early indication is released in order to prevent speculation and misinformation from unofficial sources while counting is underway. Now, this is actually conducted by taking up a random bundle of 100 ballot papers in front of the candidates and counting agents from each of the polling station. Now, the votes will then be added up with weightage given to account for the difference in the number of votes cast at each polling station. The sample count for the electoral division will then be shown as a percentage of valid votes garnered by each candidate, or in the case of a GRC, for the group of candidates. Once again, if you're just joining us, we were earlier live with you from outside Nan Chiau High School, where the ballot boxes for Sengkang GRC from the various polling stations in Sengkang GRC arrive at the counting centre at Nan Chiau High School. Right now, what you're seeing in front of you are live scenes from Workers' Party Assembly Point at Serangoon Stadium. Hundreds of supporters have actually gathered. You can hear from the background noise and the ambience that scenes are quite electrifying here right now as well, with Workers' Party supporters sounding horns and sounding whistles. At any moment right now, we are actually waiting for the sample count for the first constituency to be released. And we are also ready to come to you live in just a while from the 322 Hougang coffee shop. And Hans will be with you very shortly. Once again, if you're just joining us here at HO1, we'll be bringing you proceedings from across the island tonight. So stay online with us. Thank you.
the Workers' Party don't really have much of a choice in this because they are, they are going into a new territory altogether again, just like what they did in Sengkang, when they in 2020. So I think in Pongo GRC is the same thing as well. They are, putting people there in there, and it's one could say they are a team as well. You have Harpreet Singh, leading the team there. So it's quite a strong team in.
Once again, if you're just joining us here live, there are now sample counts that has been released by the Elections Department. Now, starting up with Bukit Panjang SMC, the sample count results indicates that the People's Action Party's Liang En-hua currently leads with 62% of the sample count to the SDP's Dr. Paul Tambia with 38%. The sample counts for Pioneer SMC is also in. The People's Action Party's Patrick Tay leads at 66% against the Progress Singapore Party's Stephanie Tan, who has 34% of the sample count. Now, the third sample count result that's in is actually for Potong Pasir SMC. Potong Pasir SMC used to be an opposition stronghold under a former Member of Parliament, Mr. Cham Si Tong. Mr. Alex Yeo from the People's Action Party has replaced the People's Action Party stalwart Mr. Sito. Currently, Alex Yeo of the People's Action Party in the sample count is leading with 71% against the SPP's Mr. Williams. Sample count information released by the Elections Department for the electoral divisions of Bukit Panjang SMC, Pioneer SMC, and Potong Pasir SMC. I should just take a quick while to recap these results in case you're just joining us live here tonight. Bukit Panjang SMC, the sample count indicates that the People's Action Party's Liang En-hua is currently leading at 62% of the sample count against the SDP's Dr. Paul Tambia, who has 38% of the sample count. Now, over at Pioneer SMC, Labour Member of Parliament, I beg your pardon, former Labour MP Mr. Patrick Tay of the People's Action Party currently leads with 66% of the sample count against the Progress Singapore Party's Ms. Stephanie Tan at 34%. Over at the former opposition stronghold of Potong Pasir, Mr. Alex Yeo had taken over from Mr. Sito Ee Pin for the 2025 general election, and in this current sample count, he seems leading healthily with a 71% against the SPP's Mr. Williamson Lee at 21%. Once again, we have been live with you through the night and earlier on from Nan Chau High School. Nan Chau High School serves, of course, as the counting center, one of the counting centers, I beg your pardon, for Sengkang GRC. And just after 8:25 p.m., about 25 minutes after the polling stations closed at 8 p.m. earlier tonight, ballot boxes started arriving at this counting center. We also understand that earlier Workers' Party candidate for Sengkang GRC, Mr. James Lim, was also seen at this counting center. Right now, sample counts are still underway for the other constituencies, and only the sample count results for 3 constituencies have been released so far. If you're just joining us and missed the recap on what is a sample count, here's a quick one. Now, the sample count is performed at the start of the counting process to get an early indication of the possible electoral outcome for that electoral division. According to the Elections Department, the sample count is released to help prevent speculation and misinformation from unofficial sources while counting is underway and before counting is completed, and before the results are announced, of course. Now, a sample count also helps election officials to check against the election result for that electoral division. Now, how exactly is a sample count conducted? Now, from the votes cast at each polling station, a counting assistant will pick up a random bundle of 100 ballot papers in front of the candidates and counting agents, of course. And the counting assistant will count the number of votes for each candidate, or in the case of a GRC, for the group of candidates. The votes will then be added up, with weightage given to account for the difference in the number of votes cast at each polling station. The sample count for the electoral division will be shown as a percentage of valid votes garnered by each candidate, or again, a group of candidates in the case of a GRC. Now, early on, we shared with you the results, sample count results for 3 SMCs. Potong Pasir SMC, the People's Action Party, leads the sample count at 71% against the SPP at 21%. Now, we also have received results from the Elections Department. for another 2 electoral divisions, and these are for Pioneer SMC. Now, for Pioneer SMC, the People's Action Party at the Bukit Panjang SMC, which is a contest between the People's Action Party's Liang Enghua and the SPP's chairman, Dr. Paul Tambia. The PAP is currently leading the sample count at 62% against the SDP's 38%. Once again, if you're joining us live, we have been live with you throughout the night since 8 p.m. And earlier on, we were at Nan Chau High School, where I shared that we were witnessing the arrival of the ballot boxes from the polling stations in Sengkang GRC. Of course, Nan Chau High School serves as just one of the counting centres for Sengkang GRC. In the 2020 general election, Sengkang GRC was a newly formed constituency, electoral division. And in the 2020 general elections, the workers Jalan Kayu SMC for the 2025 general election. Right now, you're seeing live footages from 2 assembly centres, one of the People's Action Party at Bedok Stadium, which serves as a gathering point for its eastern constituencies. From what we understand, the constituencies that are gathered here tonight includes the SMCs of Hougang SMC and Tampines Changkat. We also understand that Mountbatten SMC supporters will also be here. Now, from the GRCs, Aljunied, East Coast, Jalan Besar, Punggol, Pasir Ris, Changi and Tampines GRC supporters will be gathered here as well. Of course, both Punggol GRC and Tampines GRC are hotly contested in this general election in a fight between the People's Action Party led by Senior Counsel Mr. Harpreet Singh versus Deputy Prime Minister Mr. Gan Kim Yong in Punggol GRC. And over at the Tampines GRC, it is a 4-way fight. Now, throughout the course of tonight, we will bring you the latest sample count results as well as subsequently the finalized results once they are available officially from the elections department. Now, we're live currently from 2 locations with a third location coming online shortly. We're live at Bedok Stadium, where I mentioned earlier that People's Action Party supporters from the eastern part of Singapore have gathered. And over at Serangoon Stadium, it is the gathering point for the Workers' Party supporters. And we are bringing up a third camera for you, right live from 322 Hougang Avenue 3, where our colleague Hans will be bringing you live scenes from this coffee shop. Now, for those who have been following elections over the years, this is a very boisterous coffee shop for the Workers' Party supporters. At every general elections, its supporters will gather at this coffee shop. Inflatable hammers, as well as whistles and car horns. We'll bring you these scenes live for you to experience it for yourself later on in the evening. And once again, we will be live through the evening, not just from these 2 assembly points, but also from other locations of interest, as I mentioned earlier. Once again, before I drop off for now, we've just presented to you the latest sample count results for 3 electoral divisions. The first being the Bukit Panjang SMC, contested by the People's Action Party's Liang Enghua against the SDP's Dr. Paul Tambia. The People's Action Party is currently leading with 62% of the votes in the sample count. And over at Pioneer SMC, the People's Action Party's Patrick Tay is currently leading at 66% against the Progress Singapore Party's Stephanie Tan. And over in Potong Pasir SMC, People's Action Party's new face, Mr. Alex Yeo, is currently leading at 71% against the SPP's Mr. Williamson Lee at 21%. Once again, we've just received more sample count results right now. We've just received sample count results for Jurong Central SMC. Right now, the People's Action Party's Mr. C.A.O. Chen is currently leading at 81% of the sample count against the RDU in Jalan Kayu before the RDU decided to pull out. We have also received results right now from Bukit Gombak SMC. The People's Action Party's Low Yen Ling is currently leading at 75% of the sample count against the PSP's Harish Pillay at 25%. We also have results for Sembawang West SMC, where the SDP Secretary General Dr. Chee Soon Juan is contesting in. Right now, we are looking at rather close results here, with the People's Action Party's Po Lee San leading at 53% against the SDP's Dr. Chee Soon Juan. Now, so far, as of just before 10 p.m., we have received the sample count results for 6 SMCs. We've just given you results for the Jurong Central SMC, Bukit Gombak SMC, and Sembawang West SMC. And earlier on, we had brought you results from another 3 other SMCs, those being Pioneer SMC as well as Podong Pasir SMC there. Right now, a total of 6 results have been issued. Once again, let me just share with you briefly the results. The People's Action Party is currently leading in all 6 sample counts released for the SMCs of Bukit Panjang, Pioneer, Podong Pasir, as well as Jurong Central, Bukit Gombak, and Sembawang West. Now, of these 6 sample count results that's just been released, Sembawang West appears to be the closest right now in terms of the margin of difference in the sample count, with the People's Action Party's Poli San leading at 53% against the SDP's chief, Dr. Chee Soon Juan, at 47%. If you're just joining us live, we will continue to bring you the latest results of sample counts as and when they are released by the Elections Department. And in the meantime, we also live with you right at 2 assembly centres for now, the People's Action Party's Assembly Centre at Bedok Stadium, as well as the Workers' Party's Assembly Centre at Serangoon Stadium. Once again, continue to stay with us live through the night as we bring you scenes from various supporter gathering points across Singapore and as and when results from the Elections Department are received. Thank you. Once again, if you're just joining us here live at Asia 1, we have been bringing you live proceedings throughout the night. And early on, we just shared with you the sample count results released by the Elections Department for 6 SMCs. Now, we've just received another 3 results in here now. We have the sample count results for Choa Chu Kang GRC, contested by the People's Action Party led by Dr. Tan See Leng. Now, of course, as we know, Dr. Tan See Leng made a surprise last-minute move from the east to the west, over from Marine Parade Braddell Heights GRC to replace Deputy Prime Minister Gan Kim Yong, who in turn moved to Punggol GRC in a last-day switch. Now, the People's Action Party leads against the Progress Singapore Party with 63% of the sample count. Now, over at Queenstown SMC, the People's Action Party's Eric Chua leads the sample count with 82% of the votes against 18% by the People's Alliance for Reform. We also have the sample count results in for Mountbatten SMC, with the People's Action Party's Goh Si-ki leading with 62% of the sample count, and independent candidate Jeremy Tan with 38% of the sample count. Now, in total, we've shared with you 9 sample counts provided by the Elections Department. We just shared with you the sample count results for Choa Chu Kang GRC, Queenstown SMC, Mountbatten SMC. Earlier on, we also shared with you results from Jurong Central SMC, Bukit Gombak SMC, Sembawang West SMC. Now, a total of 9 of these sample count results have been released so far. We had also shared with you, sorry for missing this out, Bukit Panjang SMC, Pioneer SMC, as well as Potong Pasir SMC. Now, in all 9 sample counts released so far, out of the 33 constituencies, the People's Action Party is currently leading in terms of the sample count for all 9 constituencies where the sample count has been released. This comprises 8 SMCs as well as 1 GRC, the GRC being Choa Chu Kang GRC. Now, please do continue to stay on with us as we bring you scenes live, not just from the People's Action Party's Assembly Centre at Bedok Stadium, but the Workers' Party Assembly Centre at Serangoon Stadium, as well as a scenes live shortly from 322 Hougang Avenue 5, where there is a famous coffee shop which serves as a gathering point for the Workers' Party's supporters. Now, just before I step aside and hand over to Hans, who will be going live from the 322 Hougang coffee shop once he's ready, we shared with you 9 sample count results. I'll just do a quick recap of all 9, but if you have no time for that, the gist is that the People's Action Party is currently leading in all 9 sample counts that have been released tonight, 8 SMCs and 1 GRC. Now, starting with Bukit Panjang SMC, People's Action Party's Liang In Hua currently leads 62% of the sample count against the SDP's Dr. Paul Tambia. Over at Pioneer SMC, Mr. Patrick Tay of the People's Action Party is leading with 66% against the the Progress Singapore Party's Ms. Stephanie Tan at 34%. We also shared with you the sample count results for Potong Pasir SMC, with the People's Action Party's Alex Yeo leading at 71% of the sample count against the SPP's Mr. Williamson Lee at 21%. The Red Dot United's RDU's Kala Manikam, who has 19% of the sample count. Over at Bukit Gombak SMC, People's Action Party's Low Yan Ling leading with 75%. And as we're just sharing with you these 9 results, we do have sample count results that just came in for another 3 constituencies. We do have the Aljunied GRC sample count results, where the Workers' Party, led by its Secretary General, Mr. Pritam Singh, is actually leading in the sample count with 59% of the sample count against the People's Action Party's team at 41%. We also have the sample count results for Tampines Changkat SMC. This is also a close fight, with the People's Action Party's Desmond Chew leading the sample count at 55% against the Workers' Party's Kenneth Fu Sik Guan at 45%. Now, we also have the sample count results for Yio Chu Kang SMC, where the People's Action Party's Ip Hong Wing is leading at 76% against the 24% garnered by of the sample count garnered by the PRR's Michael Fang. We have so far shared with you 12 sample count results out of the 33 constituencies. Do continue to stay live with us through the night as we bring you the latest. You can also get the latest updates from our GE2025 microsite at asia1.com. Once again, we will continue to bring you scenes live at key locations across Singapore as election results unfold throughout the night. As a quick recap, the Elections Department has so far released the sample count results for 12 constituencies, and the People's Action Party is leading in all 12 constituencies. What is a sample count? The sample count is actually performed at the start of the counting process to get an early indication of the possible electoral outcome for that electoral division. Now, according to the Elections Department, Releasing the sample count helps prevent speculation and misinformation from unofficial sources while counting is underway and before counting is completed and the results announced. Now, the sample count also serves to help election officials check against the election result for that electoral division. Now, this sample count is conducted by picking up a random bundle of 100 ballot papers from each polling station. Is counted in front of candidates and their counting agents, and it counts the number of votes for each candidate or group of candidates in the case of a GRC. Now, the votes will be added up with weightage given to account for the difference in the number of votes cast at each polling station. The sample count for the electoral division will be shown as a percentage of valid votes garnered by each candidate or group of candidates in the case of a GRC. We have so far shared with you 12 sample count results released by the Elections Department, and the People's Action Party is leading in all 12 of these sample counts, with only closer results so far seen in Sembawang West as well as Tampines Changkat SMC. At Tampines Changkat SMC, the People's Action Party's Desmond Chu is leading the sample count at 55% against the Workers' Party's Fu Sek Guan at 45%. Earlier on, we also shared with you results over at Sembawang West SMC, where the People's Action Party's Po Lee San leads the sample count with 53% against the SDP's Secretary General Dr. Chee Soon Juan at 47%. We're also showing you scenes live right now from the People's Action Party's gathering point at Bedok Stadium. This serves as a gathering point for its Eastern GRCs and SMCs. And you see a few hundred supporters by now gathered here in Bedok Stadium. Right in front of camera, you actually see supporters from the People's Action Party's East Coast GRC. And you also see scenes live from Serangoon Stadium, where the Workers' Party supporters are gathered at Serangoon Stadium. As I shared earlier on, our colleague Hans is actually getting his live stream up from the 322 Hougang Avenue 5 coffee shop, which serves as another popular gathering point for supporters of the Workers' Party. Now, if you're just joining us once again, we've just released and shared with you results released by the Elections Department for a total of 12 electoral divisions, and the People's Action Party is currently leading in 11 of them, with Aljunied GRC being the one led by Workers' Party. Oh, we're just receiving another set of results from the Elections Department. And this will be interesting to those of you who are following the elections closely. Pongo GRC, the sample count has come in with the task force men, Mr. Gan Kim Yong, Deputy Prime Minister of the People's Action Party's team, leading 46% of the sample count. We also have results from Radin Mas SMC. This is a three-way fight between the People's Action Party's Melvin Yong, independent candidate Darrell Low, as well as the People's Alliance for Reforms, Mr. Kumar Apavu, SMC. And this is a contest between the People's Action Party's Gan Xiao Huang and the Progress Singapore Party's Mr. Jeffrey Khoo, who was formerly a candidate for the West Coast GRC for the Progress Singapore Party. Now, Ms. Gan Xiao Huang currently leads 71% of the sample count against the PSP's Jeffrey Khoo. So far we have shared with you 15 sample count results released by the Elections Department. In our unit GRC, for the sample count results, the Workers' Party maintains its lead, and for the 14 other results that have been shared, the People's Action Party is currently leading with some closer races, not close, but closer races seen in Sembawang West as well as in Tampines Changkat. And Tampines Changkat is a contest between the Workers' Party and the People's Action Party, and over at Sembawang West is a contest between the People's Action Party's Po Lee San against the Singapore Democratic Party's Secretary General Dr. Chairman. And we will also continue to be bringing you scenes live from the assembly points by the People's Action Party at Bedok Stadium as well as the Workers' Party at Serangoon Stadium. Now, we'll be back with you shortly. Just stay online with us and get the latest updates on our General Elections 2025 microsite at www.asia1.com.
field being built in the area. You do not know in the next general election what's going to happen as well. Similarly to in Singapore.
Okay. All right, that's what Congo GRC. Oh, hang on. Sample count coming in.
We have more sample counts for you coming up right now. At SG GRC, that was the biggest upset in GE2020. The WPT, led by Hurting Wu, getting 56% of the sample count against PAP's 44%. The only person in the losing team in 2020 was Plankton Lin. And up next, we have Holland Bukit Timah GRC, a PP stronghold led by Freedom by Cushman, getting 80% of sample count against the Red Dot United's 20%. And the sample count will point to a very good run for the PAP. Do we have more with us coming? Yes, we do. Jerome is Bukit Timah GRC, with the PAP getting 76% of sample count against the Red Dot United's 24%. And we have a final result coming in. Oh, fortunately, that's all I have for you right now. Back to you guys.
Thank you for that. Right, so right now 2 wins for PAP based on the latest sample counts. Jurong East, Bukit Batok, and Holland, Bukit Timah. But let's talk about Jurong East, Bukit Batok, 76% there. It seems like PAP is doing very well. They're getting a high 70s, Holland, Bukit Timah was 80%. It's been a great outcome, it feels, for PAP. Again, sample counts, we are still waiting for the final results.
I think I want to point out one thing about who are contesting in this constituency. I think we have to look very closely at the political parties in these constituencies. And if you look at the Workers' Party, the results are really very, very close. But if you have the other political parties, the results are huge. The difference is really big, like 80%, 76%, and they are very huge compared. So what does this signal for the smaller political parties? Are they going to relook at their strategies again? Because they are competing against other bigger names in the opposition basket. So I think if you look at that, I think we have to really consider who are these individual candidates or these individual parties contesting in the PAP.
So, for example, Tanjong Pagar, where the PAP won 81%, the opposition was PAR, right? And then you had Bukit Timah, it was 75%, but it was SPP, right? So to your more coming in.
That's right, we have more sample counts this from Pathways to Challenge GRC, and new GRC that by PAP's been drawing rather than 67% of the sample count, against the LDA's 33%. This is the SG's only team for this election. And if you have this is for Martin GRC sample count for PAP's team led by Lawrence Carmichael for his first outing as Carmichael, 74% from him in his GRC and SPP getting 26% of the sample count. We do have no. That's all I have for you. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot for that. Okay, so Martin UT, let's look at those numbers. 74% to our Prime Minister, Lawrence Wong. His team was definitely done better. I mean, it's the same team he's kept. The last GE, they got 63%. So, that's a good average.
And also it's in the 70s, so it is a remarkable result. Okay. And in terms of the Prime Minister's constituents understood about to be a stronghold, I understand. And, maybe perhaps get stronger, in the years ahead. But I want to go back to Dr. Tan's point, Mr. Hutt, do you agree it also is a function of the level of the opposition? And you can argue that the SDPT here in Muscat UT, for example, perhaps wasn't as strong, and you can say the same thing for Tanjong Pagar GRC as well. No, the numbers were quite impressive, above 70%, but to your point, the opposition didn't seem that strong.
If it does point to which party stands in those constituencies, absolutely, because when you look at the results, where it is between WP and the PAP on to rethink their strategies, on how they want to go about doing it, and which constituencies they would want to. But it does seem that right now it is moving towards if if there are more seats that WP may win in subsequent elections, it's going to be more of a two-party.
So do they need to band together? I mean, just to pick up on this particular point, I mean, we talk about a party system, but, as you rightly pointed out, it looks as though it's heading to a two-party system. Do they need to band together, cooperate more? They try. I know they try. They haven't had too much success. What's the big issue that's preventing them from doing something like that?
I think it's nothing preventing them. I think it's all about the constituencies they are contesting. And they will have the staying power in those constituencies to hope at some point they will be able to cause an upset. But it's not easy for the smaller party, the resources that they have. But I think they must be given credit in the sense that they, by contesting despite perhaps knowing the outcome,
We've got more sample count numbers.
The US more of the sample count against the TSP's 39%. The TSP's team has got the country in both of the anchor and other any system TSP, including Young Run Run and Hazel Clark. This is also probably Hansen's final announcement. Do we have more results coming in? Okay. Well, this is the sample count of Curtin Ballot. As you can see, the PSP's having collected 66% of sample count against the PSP's total count of 34%. Total count last computed in GE2025. And I think that's all I have for you right now. Back to the desk.
All right, so given progress, MC, again, I imagine both of you are not particularly surprised by this result for Henry Quack at 66%. I think we should talk about West Coast.
Wow, 61% Desmond's team and PSP held up touching 39%. I mean, let's talk about those numbers.
I think another drop also for a few reasons. I think one of the reasons is that the electoral boundaries is not, the West Coast GRC is not the West Coast GRC of 2020. I think we have to be clear about that. And it's that portion of the former GRC now being subsumed together with the West Coast GRC, part of West Coast GRC. And so you're incorporating perhaps PAP structure into this so-called part of the West Coast GRC. So the numbers not that surprising, but might be worrying for the ASP because that's partly
All in gamble for them, right?
Well, vote counting for Singapore's 14th general election is underway, and the mood here at Block 322 Hougang Avenue 5 has been, as you can see, has been electrifying since Asia 1 came down. Well, with the party insignia and supporters streaming into the unofficial home ground of the Workers' Party, cheers erupted as supporters came to know about the sample counts for Aljunied and Sengkang GRC, of which the Workers' Party is leading in. I'll just show you the crowd. Just here on my left, you can see that supporters have been streaming in. Some of them I spoke to came as early as 3 p.m. to secure seats at the coffee shop here at Block 322 Hougang Avenue 5, the unofficial home ground of the Workers' Party. For those just joining us, I'm Hans from Asia 1, and you're seeing live footages out of Block 322 Hougang Avenue 5, the unofficial home ground of the Workers' Party, where supporters, numbering to hundreds of them, have been streaming in, all in anticipation of the results. As the sample count started streaming in, we could hear cheers erupting, such as what you're seeing and hearing now in your screens for Aljunied and Sengkang GRC. my right here, supporters have also been lining across the roads, blowing their whistles, holding up the yellow inflatable hammers, some even, waving the Workers' Party flag, to show their support for the opposition party. And chants of the Workers' Party are ringing through Block 322 Hougang Avenue 5, the unofficial home ground of the Workers' Party here. The People's Action Party is leading in most of the sample counts released so far, including hotspots such as Punggol GRC, where the Workers' Party is contesting, Bukit Panjang SMC as well. Just now, supporters broke out in cheer as Aljunied GRC and Sengkang GRC, where the Workers' Party is contesting in. The Workers' Party was leading in the sample counts earlier. Well, for Sengkang GRC, based on the sample count, the Workers' Party is leading with 56% against the PAP at 44%. Of course, the final results will be announced later. The Workers' Party was leading with 59%, while the People's Action Party stands at 41% based on the sample count. Of course, the official results, as this is the sample count, the election result could be different as counting is still in progress, and the public should wait for the announcement of the election result by the returning officer, Mr. Han Kok Chuan, will be broadcast. Well, voting closed at 8 p.m. local time and currently underway, and we are here bringing you live footages. As you can see, the scene is no less bustling here at Block 322 Hougang Avenue 5, which is the unofficial home ground for the Workers' Party. We'll just bring you more scenes here on my left. As you can see, supporters cheering. The excitement has not died through the night. Some supporters I spoke to came as early as 3 p.m. While the excitement upon While the excitement among Workers' Party supporters has shown no signs of slowing down, even though we may be hours away from the official results of Singapore's 14th general election. Besides vehicles honking, you can see that hundreds of supporters have gathered here, some even spilling to the roads opposite Block 322 Hougang Avenue 5 coffee shop, which is the unofficial home ground of the WP. Sample counts have slowly begun releasing by the elections department here. And, Workers' Party supporters have been singing songs like Queen's We Are the Champions. We have seen cars and vehicles beeping their horns, and there are hundreds, literally hundreds of supporters of WP here, and the excitement shows no sign of slowing. For those just joining us here at Block 322 Hougang Avenue 5, you can see that the walkway just outside the coffee shop here is bustling with activity. You can hear supporters cheering for the Workers' Party. You know, some are carrying the yellow inflatable hammer here, and it looks like, more supporters will be streaming in as the night continues. For those just joining us, as you can see, it's a packed scene here at Hougang Avenue 5. We are at Block 322 Hougang Avenue 5, the unofficial home ground of the Workers' Party. Besides, the party's flag here, supporters carrying the party insignia as well as paraphernalia. You can hear chants breaking out for the Workers' Party here. Supporters not only on this walkway, but also opposite the street as well. Well, cheers erupted earlier. As you know, the crowds here rejoiced when our junior GRC and Sengkang GRC, which the Workers' Party is contesting in, the Workers' Party was leading in these two GRCs. Even those standing across the road from Block 322 Hougang Avenue 5, waiting in anticipation as, the elections department are releasing more sample counts.
turnouts we have here at this point? The turnout. Thanks a lot for that, Angela. So let's kick things off with some Ballot first. And we're talking about social media, and actually, Mr. Ong Lee is very active on social media. He's always posting videos, and he's very sassy about his sports and all of that. So to a certain extent, do you think PAP is in the social media sphere?
I think definitely, I think definitely, since the 2020 general election, they've upped their game, but I think, there are still, of course, room for improvement in certain areas as well. But by and large, they know where to target, whether it's on Facebook or Instagram or even TikTok as well. So I think that given them that sort of opportunity to reach out to more people.
We're going to reach out now to Olivia with the latest. Ollie?
Certainly, yes, we are here at the Yio Chu Kang Stadium, which is the assembly point for the ruling People's Action Party. It is here where you can see behind me supporters and some of the candidates that have contested in the central, north and south areas of Singapore.
Well, if you're just joining us here live at Asia One, we are currently live with you from a total of 3 locations across Singapore. One at the People's Action Party's assembly site at Ballot Stadium for GRCs and SMCs from the eastern part of Singapore, as well as the Workers' Party from the Serangoon Stadium. We're also bringing you scenes live from a coffee shop popular amongst Workers' Party supporters at 322 Hougang Avenue 2. Now, we've just received latest sample counts from 3 more electoral divisions. Now, for the electoral division of Sembawang GRC, the People's Action Party is up against the SDP and the NSP and currently lead the sample count with 67%. In Nee Soon GRC, the People's Action Party is up against the Red Dot United. The People's Action Party's team led by Minister for Home Affairs and Law K. Shanmugam leads the sample count with 74%. Over at Jalan Kayu SMC, which is a contest between the People's Action Party's Ng Chee Meng and the Workers' Party's Andre Loh. The People's Action Party's Ng Chee Meng currently leads with 52% of the sample count. Now, earlier on, sample count results were also released for West Coast Jurong West GRC, contested between the People's Action Party and the Progress Singapore Party. Now, the People's Action Party's team led by Mr. Desmond Lee leads with 61% against Dr. Tan Cheng Bock and Long Man Wise, Progress Singapore Party at 39%. Now, earlier on, during the course of the campaign and the announcement of their candidacy, Dr. Tan Cheng Bock had said that this is his final election and it asked for the support from the voters. Right now, the sample count results stands at 61% for the People's Action Party. At Kebun Baru SMC, the People's Action Party's Henry Quek leads 66% against Progress Singapore Party's Tony Tan at 34%. Quite a few electoral division sample count results have come in throughout the night, and currently the Workers' Party appears to continue to hold on to its strongholds of Aljunied and Sengkang, as well as I beg your pardon, in Aljunied as well as in Sengkang. Now, a point to note is that this is a sample count and the election result could still be different. Counting is still in progress in the counting centres and the public should wait for the announcement of the official election result by the returning officer, Mr. Han Kok Chuan. This will be broadcast live on television, and as we receive it, we will be bringing you the official results live, just as we have for the sample count results so far. Now, currently, we are live across 3 locations in Singapore, 322 Hougang Avenue 5 coffee shop, which is a gathering point for Workers' Party supporters. You heard earlier on from Hans, live on scene and with background with a lot of horning of car horns and lorries as they go by, blowing of the horns by supporters, as well as carrying the inflatable Workers' Party hammer that is familiar with those who has followed the rallies of the Workers' Parties throughout the throughout the campaign trail. We're also live with you over at the Serangoon Stadium, which is an assembly centre for Workers' Party supporters. Earlier on, we've seen that Mr. Harpreet Singh as well as Alexis Deng have arrived at the at the assembly point at Serangoon Stadium. Over at the People's Action Party's gathering point at Bedok Stadium, Minister for Culture, Community and Youth Edwin Tong, who helms the PAP's slate for East Coast GRC, was speaking to supporters and talking about the usage of social media in this campaign. In both the stadiums, hundreds and hundreds of supporters have gathered. Some have preferred to stay outside the stadiums to soak in the atmosphere. Right now, supporters from both the Workers' Party, People's Action Party gathered in a few of these assembly locations across Singapore. There will be press conferences from what we have received so far. The Progress Singapore Party as well as the People's Action Party have indicated that they will be holding press conferences later in the night as the results come in. So far, we've received quite a few of these elections. I beg your pardon, sample counts. The People's Action Party is leading in the sample count in Punggol as well as Tampines GRCs, which are contested between the People's Action Party and the Workers' Party. Stay with us live as we continue to bring you the results, and you can also follow the latest developments on our General Election 2025 microsite at www.asia1.com, and continue to stay live with us as we continue to bring you the latest.
The question of trust, do you think they were attracted, to Andre Lau because he's 33 years old?
Yes, and that's why he has received a sample count of 48%. I think a considerable percentage of them may have come from the younger voters. And that's why the contest there is relatively close. I think as far as the, Mr. Owen's performance there, I think it's, whether it's 52 or 51, 53, because of the first part of the vote system, I think as far as the PAP is concerned, they will take it. Particularly the Workers' Party.
And just in recent days, Andre Lau, unfortunately, his text, his Telegram text, where he made some rude remarks about residents using foul language and all of that, came to the fore. Do you think that would have impacted voters, when they're as a vote today, they're thinking, because I want to vote for Andre, but now I've changed my mind.
I don't think that has a huge impact. If you have friends like this who needs enemies, so good luck to Andre right now, who actually revealed those. It's rather insidious, I would say. But I think voters will most likely have a more rational mind, and they'll realize that this is not a reflection of what he is and who he is at this juncture.
I think if I could add, because of the closeness of the contest, let's say Mr. Who does get over the line, then Andrew will be up for NCMP position. He could still join Parliament, and if you look at Sembawang West, it's also very close. And if Ms. Paul wins, then it is close, then we may see the opportunity as an NCMP.
Okay, quickly, I want to talk about NISU GRC as well. That sample count came in. 74% for the PAP, led by Keisha Mugam, the Law Minister, against Red Dot United, which managed to get 26%. Again, I can't imagine that either of you would be surprised at the time.
No, not surprised at all. I think it's a structure of the PAP, and I think they've done a very good job there.
In fact, it was 61.9% in 2020 for the PAP, as it stands 74%. So that is a significant jump in terms of support as well.
Talk about, the 4 new faces, and he carries so much weight that he can, carry them all, and the numbers show it.
I mean, they carry all of them with him, but I think each one of them would also have to play their part. Even though they're new faces, they would have to work the ground. And I think each one of them are worth, they have proven themselves, and I think the results illustrate that this collective, they have the money to get there.
And the opposition out review was actually led by the section of the section himself, Ravi Solomon. So this must be particularly disappointing for him.
It will be, but like what I said again, it all depends on whether that particular party that is contesting there, are able to attract the kind of voter sentiments as well. So, our view is also new to that area, despite that Ravi is also a very well-experienced political politician.
I think one could say about Ravi's performance, I think, has been quite impressive. Coming from the United Party that may not have gotten the support this time around. I think Rami has really upped the game, and I think we have to see what happens next. I think it is, he had planned. I mean, he has been in the round table, I mean, he has interviews and podcasts.
Let's take a quick look at the sample count numbers we have coming right in for us. Hong Kong SNC, this is a Workers' Party stronghold. The Workers' Party pulling strongly 63% of the votes against PAP newcomer Marshallman with third win for you. Jalan Besar GRC, 75% of the votes going to the PAP with the PR 25%, a very strong lead here by the PAP, almost a 10% jump from the last election. Back to you, Jess. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, Jalan Besar 75%, indeed, Block GE 65%, counted by Josephine Teo. I mean, that's not really a surprise there, is it? I mean, are you more surprised that PAR managed to get 25%?
Yes, at least this is one of the GRCs, they're able to keep the deposit. So they are confident for the rest of, for the rest of for the other parties to then protest.
All PP has been actually been doing very well, right? I think mid-70s, high 70s, even for the stronghold, but they have really improved those numbers, even for Nisun as well. Now, earlier we had results for Hougang. Hougang, yeah. So, yeah, 63%. Against Marshallman is
in state of the Workers' Party, very stronghold of the Workers' Party. So, yeah, no surprises over there.
It was quite interesting. While PAP share has increased, WP share has also increased in Sengkang and Hougang. And it's about the unit as well. It may go higher. Outcomes is finalized.
Yeah. So, what do you make of that?
I would say that the voters see PAP as forming the government, but they also see WP as an effective and responsible.
Okay, so as it stands, based on the sample counts which have come in, the Workers' Party has retained Aljunied, has retained Sengkang as well. So would Pritam Singh be reasonably happy, disappointed? The Workers' Party, they try again to convince people, that the two-party or multi-party system is something that we are ready for, and that nothing's not going to collapse, if you voted more opposition lawmakers in. But what would he be thinking right now?
I think he has made a very good effort in trying to expand the Workers' Party into other constituencies. Well, we still have yet to know what's going to happen. It's close and also it's happening, so we do not know that. But I think keeping these three constituencies has reflected that, at least we are going back to status quo. Everyone's happy. In fact, the Workers' Party should be a bit happier because they have increased their numbers, their margins as well. So I think, looking at the whole situation right now, as it remains, it seems that we are seeing a status quo, a return to status quo. And, it's kind of comfortable for everyone because there's no real rejigging of alliances at this juncture.
Yeah, a big part of it. I mean, the ruling party has been pushing very hard about, tariffs. The world is changing, it's turbulent, we need a steady hand to be able to steer us through the storm. So do you think, that you think is pertinent to, voters when they were deciding who to vote for?
I think definitely that, if this sort of conversation will be one of their concerns, when looking at global issues as well. And I think the rhetoric or, what the Prime Minister has been talking about, that you need a strong mandate, you need a strong government, does reflect, in this general election as well. And I think, but people also concerned that, all right, we want the government, we want the PAP to remain, but we also want the opposition to remain. Which opposition? So they are also rooting for the Workers' Party.
Right. Okay, so they've made their choice, and would you say they made a safe choice at this time, meaning they only, retain the Workers' Party's, I suppose, wards, and are cautious about doing a little bit more? I mean, would you describe it as a stuff?
There's some caution, and they are discerning as well. They know what's happening around the world and how they need to work for it, how they will work accordingly. And I think, as has been mentioned by Dr. Tan, we see the fact that the results are up.
Okay. So we're talking about NCNPs, that were earlier, and what are some of the chances. So the PAP, they've been assuring voters that, don't worry, there will always be opposition voices through NCNPs. While the WP argue that NCNPs don't quite carry the same
really where does the NCMP system stand now? Has it been effective as a vision or as put forward by the ruling party, and does the opposition, and in particular Pritam Singh, see it that way?
And from the perspective of the opposition, I think you look at Workers' Party, they had NCMPs before, and those NCMPs subsequently became elected MPs. Yeah. So I assume it has started happening back. Okay. It's how they use it to increase their political their political mileage, the way that the people of Singapore look at them.
Second man, we have sample count. Angela?
That's right, guys. We have the final two sample counts for you, and these are both very closely watched. Starting with Capital's GRC, this four-cornered cup, with the PAP taking 53% of the votes. We also have the Workers' Party with 46% of the votes. PPP with 1% and the NSP with 0%. These are, of course, numbers that are rounded down. So let's look at it again. PAP 53%, and this one, the margin of error is quite small. Taking a note that the sample count numbers might make up 5% difference from the actual result. And finally, we have a few background with the East Coast GRC. PAP came right back with a top 59% of the votes against the Workers' Party's 41%. This is a 6% jump in the last election, and it came back by the PAP. So it's happy. Thanks a lot for that. So the final two results is very much background. We're taking a look at the turnout. First in PAP's favor, according to unsettled counts. So let's start with East Coast GRC. At first, I mean, for East Coast, I mean, it's interesting because PAP is led by Edwin Tong. You see the some new faces, Dinesh, Katrina, and really touching on the ground.
I think you also, for example, Hasina, I think if you look at the Fullerton Rally regulation speech, the narrative that, or at least the fact that Trump reached out to a very young voters, I think really joining the use of words like no tax. It did that. And I think that might have an effect as well. So my voters in East Coast GRC, and I think they have found the East Coast club. So I think that's a good, a good thing for PAP-based elections of East Coast.
Yeah, it was 53.4% in 2020, one of the poorest results for PAP. So that's an improvement. If you go back to this point, the difference between an estate or a ward where there's a lot more private property and condos versus HDB flats, and East Coast happens to be one where nearly half, 48.2% landed property and condos. And how big of a factor is this in terms of you're putting forward candidates and how qualified they are and what they stand for?
I think there is a blurring of the line. Yeah. It may well have been the case that in past elections, I suppose that there is a kind of a distinction of where you live is how you vote. But it's not just a blurring of the line. So perhaps it's more the focus on issues now, focusing on the candidates. I think all of those things may matter more to the voter than that has a factor in this particular election.
And also talking about the WP slate at East Coast, Lee Jian-jong, and three new faces over there. I mean, it's not quite the 18. Do you think it would have made a difference? There was talk about maybe Pritam Singh moving or even moving Sylvia. And then if one of these big guns had gone over to East Coast, would it have tilt the?
There's always a possibility. But I think the Workers' Party have taken a cautious approach here to keep the ultimate team intact and let the newer faces to and perhaps some old hand to lead those teams. And so we see in East Coast, of course, Lee Jian-jong is a familiar player. He was an NCMP before as well, and he knows the area very well. He studied there and so on. So I think it's more to do with the leadership that he provided by his Tong, and his future was carved up on Rick and got into East Coast, as well as the role played by the newer faces, including Hasina and the
So you say that they were a bit cautious in terms of where they fielded and who they fielded, but at the same time, the Workers' Party, first of all, attacked the Deputy Prime Minister. They did that quite strongly. They talked a lot about new faces, diversity, having a young team, but they haven't increased their number of seats so far. So how would you interpret this for the Workers' Party? Is this
defeat? Is this something that you need to relook in terms of overall strategy, or is this simply because the PAP and the Prime Minister Lawrence Wong has put forth such a compelling message that it wouldn't have made a difference in any of the time?
I think in this particular general election, I think the voters' comfort is doing is that it's telling voters that you can vote with your conscience, vote, in a way that we can assure you that no matter to be ruffled, right? Because the status quo will remain as it is. So they took the thinking on that basis. They thought perhaps they can spread a little bit further into Toronto, into Cantonese. And as the sample count has shown, again, sample count at this point in time, it shows that it's not really paying off.
Okay.
And that's a bit unfortunate.
So they were, you were saying earlier that they need more time. So did they rush into this particular strategy of trying to get Cantonese and Hong Kong, even if those results are not confirmed? But did they rush? Was it too early? Should they have waited to, 2030 or thereabouts, the next election before they start?
Now, they don't start now. If they start in 2030, then it will probably be too late by then, because residents and voters will not have the time to understand who they are, and listen to their point of view. So at this juncture, at least they know these individuals and these candidates. And if they are fielded again, and they do continue to walk around, and if the electoral boundary still remains the same, then perhaps they will stand a better chance. Again, just a better chance.
Okay.
Oh, still have lots to unpack, but for now, we are going to take a short breather, but stay with us. We are keeping our coverage of Singapore Vote 2025. If you're happy and you know it, go eco.
Eco! If you're happy and you say that it's eco!
Eco!
If you're happy to control it!
Then a smile will really show it. If you're happy and you know it, choose Perfecting air, Turkey.
At home, love is in the air, but the air you breathe is also full of pollutant. All energy, clean your air.
At this G2025, there is nothing else.
It's very unfortunate period for the young people of India.
As India joins other Asian countries as having the most stressed out students.
It's either you get an admission or you're a failure for life.
Competition in India in higher education is very high. Seeking admission into a good college is quite stressful.
Insight Thursday on CNA.
East Asia, a region steeped in history, now helping to write the future of our world. From the corridors of power to the region's most remote corners, we'll break down the news behind some of the world's largest economies and experience why it matters. East Asia tonight, and with me, Hotel
look at the 32 constituencies that we've just covered. Now, starting with our junior GRC, this is the Workers' Party stronghold. WP with 59% against PAP with 4. Ang Mo Kio GRC, PAP stronghold this time held by CNS Division 1. 79% of the votes against the PPP with 10 PAP going strong with 75% against the PSP's actually with 25%. Bukit Panjang SMC across the Rush 1, with the PAP taking this one for now at 62% against SCP's Porton Bar at 38%. Again, this is a sample count, so do take note of that and we'll wait for the results to come in. Meanwhile, Ohio GRC, another stronghold for the PAP. The PAP team led by Shinhong Tak has 75% of the sample count against SCP's 25%. And Chatham GRC, PAP with 63% against PSP's 37%. And next up, Eastern GRC and KC Rockies. PAP with 59% against
and Hougang SMC, 62% of votes go to Workers' Party's Dennis Tan and 37% to Marshall Witt in the PAP. Next up, Holland Bukit Timah GRC is strong, 18% goes to the PAP team against Red Dot United's 20%. And up next, let's look at Jalan Besar GRC, 75%, another strong lead for the PAP against PAR's 25%. And again, let's look at Jurong Central SMC, a new SMC here. CIR Chen polling very strongly, 81% for the PAP against Red Dot United's Kala Manikam with 19. The sample count against RDU's 24%. And a close fight here, Jalan Kayu SMC. Next, Mountbatten SMC. The PAP newcomer Goh Suki, 62% of the sample count, and Jeremy Tan, independent candidate against PSP's Jeffrey Hu with 29%. And let's take a look at more sample. And in Neesun GRC, another strong lead, 74% to the PAP against RDU's 26%. More numbers for you. Pongo GRC, a closely watched one, 54% to the PAP, the Workers' Party with 26%. In Pasir Ris Changi GRC, a new GRC, the team led by Indrani Raja, 67% against SDA's 33%. And in Pioneer SMC, PAP's Patrick Taylor, 66% and 34% goes to PSP newcomer Stephanie Tan. In Potong Pasir SMC, the PAP is Alex Yeo, 71%, PAR 8%, and SPP with 21% of the sample count. In Queenstown SMC, a strong lead for Eric Tron, PAP 82% against PAR's Mahabub Bacha with 18%. Rajan Mas SMC, this three-cornered fight goes to the PAP, 69% for Melvin Yong. Independent candidate Darryl Lowe with 24%, PAR with 7%. And Sembawang GRC, now another three-cornered fight, the PAP taking 67%. Next up, Sembawang West SMC, another close contest for PAP's Tony Sang, just pulling slightly ahead with 52%, and the SMC's Keaton John with 47%. In Sembawang GRC, the WP seems to keep their votes 56% against PAP's 44.5%.
What have been building up, and all through the night we could hear chants, we could hear vehicles honking past, all showing their support for the opposition party. Well, the PAP is leading in terms of the sample counts in 29 constituencies, while the Workers' Party is leading in 3, namely Aljunied, Sengkang, as well as Hougang. As well as Hougang SMC. Well, we'll just bring you more shots here of the live crowd just outside Hougang Avenue 5. As we do see some, possibly WP volunteers trying to man the traffic, as well as the crowd here building up. which is the unofficial home ground of the Workers' Party, and supporters have begun streaming in here. Some of them whom I spoke to came as early as 2 to 3 p.m. With 53%, the Workers' Party with 46%, 1% goes to the People's Power Party and the National Solidarity Party at 0%. For East Coast, the People's Action Party is leading with 59%. That's against the Workers' Party with 41%. As you can see, the crowds have spilled on to the walkway, not just at Block 322 Hougang Avenue 5. A typical scene like what we saw in GE2020 as well. And the mood here is palpable. The excitement here is palpable, rather. As supporters, deputy supporters gather in anticipation of the official results. Constant support, supporters breaking out in cheers when the sample counts were released for alternate Sengkang GRCs as well as Hougang SMC. If you're just joining us, you are seeing live footage out of Block 322 Hougang Avenue 5, the unofficial home ground of the Workers' Party. As of 10:50 p.m., the PAP is currently holding the lead in 15 GRCs and 14 SMCs, and the Workers' Party is holding the lead in 2 GRCs and 1 SMC. Supporters actually holding up the yellow inflatable hammer, party insignia. And we'll just try to get a glimpse for you of the excitement here so far.
Oh, thank you very much, Hans. If you're just joining us, Hans was live with us from 322 Hougang Avenue 5. That is a popular gathering point for Workers' Party support. Melvin Yong has won Radin Mas SMC. Now, Radin Mas SMC faces a three-way fight during this general election. Contesting parties are the People's Action Party, the People's Alliance for Reform, and an independent candidate. Now, the People's Action Party, Melvin Yong, wins with... earlier on throughout the evening, we have been receiving a series of sample count results. Now, with the latest being the sample count results for both Tampines GRC and East Coast GRC. Both of these GRCs sees a hard fight between the People's Action Party and the Workers' Party. Based on the sample count results received, the People's Action Party is leading in East Coast GRC with 59% of the sample count, while the Workers' Party has 41%. We also received earlier on the sample count for Tampines GRC. This is a four-way fight between the People's Action Party, the PPP, Workers' Party, and the NSP. Now, the NSP in the sample count has 0% of the sample count. People's Action Party is currently leading with 53% of the sample count. Workers' Party has 46% of the sample count. Now, as we should know, the sample count result can be very different, or can be different from the election result. Counting is still in progress, and the public is advised to wait for the announcement of the official election result by the returning officer, who is Mr. Han Kok Juan. Now, this will be broadcast live on television, as was the announcement for the official results for Radin Mas SMC. Throughout the night, we'll continue to bring you live coverage of polling day results. We're currently live from the People's Action Party's Assembly Centre at Ballot Stadium, as well as the Workers' Party slate in East Coast GRC says that he has been through this before. He's asked supporters to wait for his speech later on in the evening. And do continue to stay with us as we bring you the proceedings live through the night.
Just from the results there from Marymount, the PAP taking that spot. Marymount is one of four SMCs not affected actually by the latest electoral boundary changes, so it's status quo for them.
There you have it, the numbers there. Gan Xiaohuang with 70.7% of the votes, trailing behind Jeffrey Koo at 29.3% of the vote share.
What do you make of these numbers? Okay, Mustafa?
I think we expected her to retain it. I think where the surprise is the margin of victory.
Gan Xiaohuang won about 55% of the votes against another PSP candidate, that was Dr. Ang Yong-guan. And clearly, she has done better this time round. I mean, what went wrong with the PSP in this contest?
I think fielding a different person, that could be one of the reasons. And also, I'm not too sure whether it's the PSP fault or that the PAP has done a good job. It was 5 years, they were during the pandemic as well. And 5 years later, I think residents...
Once again, if you're joining us live here at Asia One, we've been bringing you results as they come in. We just received results for Marymount SMC. People's Action Party's Gan Xiaohuang has won with 70.7% of the votes against the PSP's Jeffrey Koo, who receives 29.3% of the votes. And this is the second official result for the night. Earlier on, we shared that in Radin Mas SMC, the People's Action Party's Melvin Yong has won with 69.17% of the votes against both an independent candidate as well as the People's Alliance for Reform. We are also bringing you live footages from the People's Action Party's Assembly Centre at Bedok Stadium, as well as the Workers' Party's Assembly Centre at Serangoon Stadium. Earlier on, we shared with you that Workers' Party's lead candidate for East Coast GRC, Mr. Yi Jianzhong, shared that, to wait for his speech later in the evening, and that he has been through these before. Mr. Yi appeared to be a little dejected, and we're still waiting for official news from the Workers' Party. The other candidates from the Workers' Party, for example, is candidates for Punggol GRC, Mr. Harpreet Singh, Ms. Alexis Dan, Mr. Jackson Au, and Ms. Alia Mata had also arrived at Serangoon Stadium. The four arrived at Serangoon Stadium to loud cheers from supporters, taking pictures with some of their fans. Over at the Bedok Stadium is likewise a very excited scene from supporters. Supporters arrived as early as 7 p.m. We saw that once the gates were open to supporters, they started streaming in, 100 of them at first, and later on, the crowd swelling to the thousands even. Spirits are high in the stadium as the sample votes were announced earlier on for East Coast GRC, with cheers for the People's Action Party's lead for its slate in East Coast GRC, Mr. Edwin Tong, who is also Culture, Community and Youth Minister. Now, Mr. Edwin Tong also went forward to greet the supporters, waving his hands in the air in response to the outpouring of support. We also heard earlier from Mr. Daniel Liu, who is the People's Action Party's candidate for Aljunied GRC, and he shared that he is very proud of his team. The fact that the 5 of them who have never been parliamentarians, I beg your pardon, are managing to hold against the leader of the opposition, Mr. Pritam Singh, and his team, and maybe even narrow the margin. Well, Mr. Daniel Liu also said that he thinks that this is something that is a big accomplishment for all of them. Well, which is a gathering point for Workers' Party supporters. You could hear earlier on in the background, lorries and cars that are passing by were sounding their horns. The supporters were also blowing whistles, horns, holding up the inflatable hammers that are familiar sight at the Workers' Party's rallies throughout the campaigning period. We live with you also from the Serangoon Stadium as well as Ballot Stadium, both of which are assembly centres for Workers' Party and the People's Action Party's candidates respectively. Once again, if you're just joining us live, we've been bringing you results from the sample count as well as finalized results. From the sample count results, the People's Action Party is leading in 29 of the constituencies that is contesting in. We understand that the People's Action Party, I beg your pardon, the Workers' Party is currently leading in its stronghold of Aljunied and Hougang, as well as in Sengkang GRC, which is a newly formed GRC which was a newly formed GRC in 2020, and the Workers' Party team led by Ms. He Ting Ru had won against the People's Action Party team led by Mr. Ng Chi Meng, who is contesting in Jalan Kayu SMC. He is also leading in the sample count against the Workers' Party's Andrew Low in Jalan Kayu SMC. Bukit Gombak SMC, the People's Action Party has won in Queenstown SMC with 81.12% of the votes. People's Action Party's Low Yan Ling in Bukit Gombak SMC with 75.83% of the votes. Earlier on, we also shared with you results from Marymount SMCs where People's Action Party's Gan Xiao Huang won with 70.7% of the votes. As well as in the as well as in Radin Mas SMC, where the People's Action Party's Melvin Yong won with 69.17% of the votes. Once again, if you're just joining us, we'll continue to bring you the latest results as they come in. Earlier on, the sample count results were released with the People's Action Party leading in most of the constituencies it's contesting in. Workers' Party is unsurprisingly holding on to in the sample count lead against the People's Action Party in Aljunied GRC, Sengkang GRC, and Hougang SMC. We've also seen some close sample count results being shared. For example, in Sembawang West SMC, which was newly carved out from Sembawang GRC, the Singapore Democratic Party's Secretary General Dr. Chee Soon Juan going up against the People's Action Party's Ms. Po Lee Sun, who entered politics in 2020. Currently, the People's Action Party is holding a slight lead over the SDP based on these sample counts. Now, just a word of caution there in terms of interpreting the sample counts. Sample count results could be different from the final election results, as counting is still in progress, and the public should wait for the announcement of the election result by the returning officer, Mr. Han Kok Juan, which will be broadcast live on national television. Well, just stay online with us as we continue to bring you the proceedings all through the night. You can also get the latest updates on our General Elections 2025 microsite at www.asia1.com. I'll just see you in a bit.
So would you say the same thing? Again, I mean, Low Yan Ling, it's not the first time. She's definitely a familiar face on the ground there.
I mean, even this SMC is still part of a larger GRC, and the candidates that have been filtered, there were incumbent in those wards. So they start off with the incumbency advantage. So certainly the results are not surprising.
But something I want to highlight is that the PAP wins. I mean, they're taking such a strong vote share for each of their wins here. I mean, we're looking at 75%, and precinct for area tribes, 80%.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you make of these numbers?
I think certainly high, of course. In fact, I think that you mentioned this earlier, it depends on which party the PAP is up against, right? So this WP seems a lot closer with the content that we've seen, but with the other parties, there's a lot of
Which opposition party? I mean, we tend to conflate the idea that all opposition party as monolithic, that they're all the same because they're clubbed together as opposition party, but they're not. Because they have their own agenda, they have their own policies, they have their own manifestos, and each we need to measure them separately and understand them separately as well.
Does this also talk about
actually be accepted by the Workers' Party, and they still want to be fielded, then they will go to other parties as well.
And there's also some of them jumping ship as well, so that's the sort of concern.
So I think if you look at the result, it's as much as about the opposition party that's contesting there, as it is, of course, the PAP candidates and how they work the ground. That's also equally important.
Okay, all right. We'll continue this conversation, but for now, National Development Minister Desmond Lee leading the PAP slate in West Coast Jurong West GRC has been speaking to the media. Let's listen in.
We get some comments from you on the sample count results.
Well, it's the sample count result, and so we are awaiting the final results. But I want to take this opportunity first and foremost, while we're waiting for the results, to thank everybody, to thank the residents for coming out in force for this GE. I think although this sample has got some level of for coming out and exercising their choice. I want to take this opportunity also to thank the many activists and supporters who have made the final results. They put in a lot of effort over the last 5 years, over the last 9 days, working hard to connect with residents, support residents, and in fact helping us to develop the plans that we have put in place for the next 5. I want also to thank Dr. Tanjing Bob and his team, as well as the PSP, for putting in a very strong contest, for raising good ideas, and for engaging with us for a better Singapore. And I want to once again make the commitment that if the results show that residents have chosen us, we have 5 years to put in all the plans that we're committed to do. So even as we work at the national level in Parliament, working with the elected government of the day to make sure that the national plans better support residents, we will also have 9 important pillars of work, ranging from seniors to youth, cost of living, jobs, mental health, sustainability, disability, helping the low-income and vulnerable. All these are things we've committed to do. We've already started some of the work already over the last year, 2 years, and we're committed, if ultimately elected by the people of West Coast Jurong West, to continue this important work on the ground for them.
And so considering you're going up against the what has been called as the PSP, AP, and given the close fight in the last 2 years, is this margin something that you had expected?
Well, if you ask me honestly, not really, because it's a very intense contest, but it was a very dignified one. It was robust. Everyone had very robust debates in public as part of the campaign. But I think ultimately we conducted it in a dignified way, and it's a maturing of our system. And I think this bodes well for Singapore.
这样，那现在是创计票结果，可是因为成绩已经比上世大学好很多，有没有望想要对距离？
That's from National Government Minister Desmond Lee there, speaking about West Coast GRC. Just so you know, I mean, you're hearing different languages because our colleagues are actually coming in many different languages, both in English, Mandarin, Tamil, and Malay as well, so you can join those broadcasts there too. So let's talk a bit about West Coast Jurong GRC.
That's right. I mean, Minister Lee said, we'll have to wait for the final results. But let's talk about his performance so far in his campaign at West Coast Jurong West GRC. I mean, this is his debut as anchor minister, right?
After losing Mr. Iswaran.
That's right. And having moved from Jurong GRC to West Coast GRC to help strengthen the team in 2020, how much of a stabilizing force is Desmond Lee for the PAP at this point?
I think he has been well received, even in the 2020 general election as well. It was well received in his ward, given the kind of vote counts then as well. So it's not surprising that there's an upswell, perhaps, of voters, of supporters in this newly constituted GRC as well. So I think, given the fact that, he has a sort of support, and it's again part of the newly formed West Coast Jurong West GRC constitute, the former Jurong GRC as well is a PAP stronghold, and that adds to the support that he's getting in that area. But it does also reflect what he has done, as an anchor minister, and for the first time, there's again back to the whole idea of result, definitely he's a known entity there in the area. He has not really moved too far apart from those residents. And so, again, voters there know him as well and what he has done on the ground.
Dr. Mustafa, do you think his national stature and policy work on housing is translating into votes at the local level?
Yes, to a certain degree. I mean, of course, there are different views on housing, and we've seen that play out during the campaign. But I think it's what he has done on the ground, the relatability, his familiarity with the ward that he was overseeing when he was part of GRC. And of course, Taman Jurong, which is a stronghold of the PAP, big hub into West Coast. So all those play a part in the results we've seen for the PAP.
We're just looking at some live footage now. We have, that's Low Yanling, I believe, sort of just, reaching out to the supporters in the area because she's had a clear win in her area. But if we talk about housing, because that is an issue that has been in the news quite a bit. Many people, a bit upset. Well, the cost of living has gone up, cost of housing has gone up, and Mr. Desmond Lee is the man behind that all. So did that not hurt some of his numbers, his chances at this election?
I think the percentage of votes that the PSP got, although it's less from 2020, they still do get a significant percentage. And I think that speaks to perhaps there is something there where it is eliciting different opinions as far as housing is concerned. But remember, housing is a national conversation. And oftentimes in many of these constituencies about what you do locally on the ground that's going to matter. And I think that's somewhat similar in West Coast, Jurong West as well. Of course, it does matter that the reconfiguring of West Coast, Jurong West GRC did play a part in the win for the PAP in the constituency.
And this is also a more, I guess you would say, mature estate, where people living there generally already own their own homes. So they won't be so troubled by this, I'm trying to buy a flat now kind of issue. Do you think that had a part to play in it anyway?
Yeah, I don't think they had that sort of problem of too many young voters or, first-time voters in that area, although there are probably a few. But then again, like what you mentioned, a lot of them have already their own homes, right? And it's a very stable area, Jurong, West Coast. And so again, the kind of support that they gave to Desmond is still strong.
Of course, Mr. Desmond Lee, he got into some sort of a situation with PSP's Leong Man Wai over the role of an MP, right? Mr. Leong has said that the main role of an MP is to debate national policies and not be estate managers who are only interested in local issues. To what extent is that accurate? Let's talk about the role of an MP here.
No, I think a member of parliament, of course, there are high expectations. One is, of course, you have to manage the ward that you oversee. I think that's your bread and butter, right? But more than that, as a member of parliament, you must be able to engage in national issues, international issues, knows what's going out there in the world. So you need to be able to debate, present new ideas, ask tough questions. And I think that's also a very important role of a member of parliament.
I think it's a balancing act, isn't it? Because a member of parliament is not just one-sided kind of thing. It's not just dealing with world events and, on a state level kind of event. Because at the end of the day, the member of parliament also has its own residents that need the people's sessions, They also have to reflect the concerns of the people on the ground. And I think that is what he's doing, that a lot of all these MPs are also, remember, they play a very important part on the ground and not just on a state level.
Yeah, we were still talking about those sheltered walkways, having more buses coming down my road, that kind of thing, because those are the daily experiences that we encounter. Do they resonate with the national issues? So when we see him going to talk, at big events, conferences overseas, sometimes are these issues too far away in a sense for some people in the country?
Yes, I think it's still very much domestic. Yeah. So again, as Felix has mentioned, it's about what they do on the ground and how they reflect the sentiments of the residents in Parliament. So they are the voice of the residents in Parliament. Of course, that's part of what they do. But I think a member of Parliament also has a political office holder. Some of them, of course, are MPs and political office holders, which has additional responsibilities. But if you're an MP but not a political office holder, you still have that important role to play in Parliament.
So in other words, I want to see him with me helping about my issues on the ground, but I also want to see him speaking up in Parliament speaking to other world leaders and
it's
representing Singapore, right?
voter as well. I think some voters who just wanting to be happy with what he does on the ground. The others who want to see him do well, perform in Parliament, ask questions. That's why I think there's a lot of interest in terms of how many.
Alright, we understand that the returning officer is poised to make a correction announcement as he misread a number. Steve, we'll get that to you once that happens.
Wow, this is like a cliffhanger to all our viewers but we can't tell you what it is because we don't know ourselves. So at the moment, the returning officer will be coming back.
So earlier we were talking about the issues, right? I want to touch on these infrastructure projects, and leading up to nomination day, we saw parties announcing their 5-year town plans, upgrading of walkways, new polyclinic, new water, play park, sports facilities, among others. Are these important decision-making factors for the voters?
I think
Parliamentary General Election 2025. Result for Electoral Division of Queenstown. Eric Chua Swee Leong, People's Action Party, 20,900 votes. Mahabub Bacha, son of Abu Rashid, Alliance for Reform, 4,864 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 25,764. Rejected votes, 704. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Queenstown, are conclusive of the result. I declare Eric Chua Swee Leong of People's Action Party as the candidate duly elected for Queenstown.
Okay, so you're trying to make sense of those numbers. We've been informed that the mistake was actually in the total number of votes cast.
That's right.
But it doesn't affect the final result. PAP still retaining that seat there with a clear margin.
Yeah. So back at...
talking about new swimming pools and new playgrounds and... Yeah, very often during campaigning you promise a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Does it always happen?
Yes. Voters can be rather superficial that way. You want to see the immediate. They want to see something that they can use every day, they see every day. What's my daily routine, right? I walk to the hawker centers and buy my food. So where and how do I proceed with my routine? I walk around the walkways. If I want to go to a park, if I want to go to a swimming pool, and they are there, and the amenities are there. These are very basic necessities because it affects us on a daily basis. It's a lived experience for a lot of residents, and therefore they are, interested in these sort of things. Because when they see rats and rodents running around and scurrying around, now that is a problem. Did my MP or the town council do something about that? Noise pollution from neighbors. These are the things, because it's our lives, it affects us. It's very, very immediate, as much as, it can be rather superficial.
Dr. Mustafa.
Yes, absolutely. I think municipal issues are core issues for many voters, and if the MP is able to deliver, they will get the support.
Yeah, which, I mean, it doesn't sound great, but it's true, because these are the things that we're impacting on a day-to-day basis, whereas while we may champion Singapore as this little red dot on the world stage, it doesn't necessarily affect my bus commute to Ang-Mo-Kio in that sense, right? And is that something that is natural? I mean, if we look at a democratic system, is that something that is seen all over the world, not just here? Are people often more concerned about their own bread and butter issues?
I think different in the US election, that is exactly what it is, because the ordinary worker in the US is concerned about their day-to-day living expenses, whether they have a job, and, whether they buy things. So again, it's back to the very basics.
But how much do these issues weigh against, global concerns such as the tariff wars, or even, conflicts in the Middle East, or in Russia, for example?
I mean, those global conflicts or global events, I think, is of interest to the extent that it intersects with domestic issues as well. What kind of impact will they have domestically? I think that's how I think they have tried to I suppose, phrase this entire or put forward this conversation on domestic, external kind of connection. Yes, it is important what's happening globally, as I mentioned earlier about Singapore not being immune to what happens globally, but elections are still very much a domestic affair. And what happens locally in your constituency is the one that often sways votes.
But we've seen there have been attempts for foreign interference, trying to use race and religion as some of the factors to, sway people's thoughts and opinions. I mean, should we be more concerned about this moving forward? Because, even though the issue is far away, when it comes to the religion, people in the country are of the same religion, and they may feel a certain way about that issue.
Yes, absolutely. I think any external interference in an election should certainly be pushed back on. And I think we've seen in this election...
We'll just cut you off a moment, we've got more results.
Parliamentary General Election 2025. Result for Electoral Division of Jurong Central. Kalamanikam, Red Dot United, 5,298. Xie Yao Quan.
Yang Chuan's second electoral contest for Jurong Central SMC, which is a new SMC in this election. I mean, he's done pretty well once again for a PAP candidate in a new SMC.
I mean, we were just talking very, very early at the start of this program about what would be a clear mandate for Prime Minister Lawrence Wong, right? And we were banging around numbers like in the 60%, 70%, but now we'd be looking at getting numbers in the 80%. I mean, can it be any clearer in that sense? I don't know. What do you think?
I think it's pretty clear. I think it's only from the results so far.
Yeah.
And I think, given that how the PAP has, taken quite a huge chunk of the percentage, I think it will definitely pass the 2020 election results.
Taking a look at the numbers for primary SMC, is 35%
Let me take up quite a bit. I think we do a podcast on you guys here at CNA. I think the president is trying to speak with her. So I mean, some of you, when you speak, people are like, oh yeah, this goes pretty good, I mean, what time around? Give me a good number for her. What do you make of it? From the top?
Yes, absolutely. I think we can take pride in the results that we have received. And we do believe, of course, we take the PAP stronghold. And if we have now to do it, so this is why we have started with the stronghold, after the performance as well as this is our first time in Singapore.
effectively to this constituency. I mean, what does this mean for the PAP at this point? With
you stay with the cause and keep doing the same thing.
Can I make this point? I think we've seen a number of results in the 70s and 80s and some in the high 60s. I think it's really important to take this result with humility. And also, of course, build on it and listen to the voters. So it's not that you've got such a high percentage that we're not longer going to listen to the voter. I think it's really important to continue that work that you're doing and continue to build that social bond with the voter.
We've just got the returning officer there. We're expecting him any moment. But one question also has been going around is that people sometimes say the PAP is a bit old-fashioned. You know, they haven't really evolved with the times. But from these numbers that we're getting, it seems to suggest that that's working for them, and people seem to want a bit of that more conservative approach.
Yeah. Dr. Tan, I think like what I always say, Singaporeans are very pragmatic. You know, in groups of people, you know, we all look at what is practical to us all, and I think that's what the PAP is doing. Conservative, as some might call it to be, but at least you know what they have done works, and for the general public, that's more important.
So don't rock the boat.
Don't rock the boat.
I think one of the results also are attributed to how the middle ground voting has shifted. The middle ground has shifted, and it seems that this election has shifted towards the PAP, and that can account for the spike in the votes that they have received.
Why do you think they have shifted that way?
I think part of it is to do with the fact that you know it's Prime Minister Lawrence Wong's
I'm sorry, we just get more results coming in.
Parliamentary General Election 2025. Result for Electoral Division of Bukit Panjang. Liang Eng Hua, People's Action Party, 19,116 votes. Paul Anantaraja Tambaya, Singapore Democratic Party, 12,015 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 31,131. Rejected votes, 350. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Bukit Panjang, are conclusive of the result. I declare Liang Eng Hua of People's Action for Electoral Division of Potong Pasir, Lee Jian Chuan Williamson, Singapore People's Party, 6,230 votes. Lim Tian, People's Alliance for Reform, 2,316 votes. Alex Yeo Sheng Chai, People's Action Party, 19,183 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 27,731. Rejected votes, 544. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Potong Pasir, are conclusive of the result. I declare Alex Yeo Sheng Chai of People's Action Party as the candidate duly elected for Potong Pasir.
Results for Potong Pasir SNC and Bukit Panjang SNC, both of course going to the PAP once again. Let's take a look at Bukit Panjang SNC first. Liang Eng Hua taking 61% of the votes.
Yeah, Paul Tanaya about 38%. But this is one we have talked about because we all expected a closer fight.
Yeah.
Am I not wrong?
Yeah, I think that was an expectation because of how Professor Paul Tambaya has actually performed in the 2020 general election, and that was I think at least in the 40s.
Yeah, Liang Eng Hua got 53.7% of the votes.
So I think this is definitely a shocker, you know, but like I think what we mentioned earlier, Liang Eng Hua has performed well. The voters are very familiar with him, and they are probably happy with what he has done.
What went wrong for Paul?
I don't think much wrong with him and what Liang Eng Hua has done. Okay, so I don't think it's a negative on
And if you're just joining us live here at Asia One, we've been bringing you live footages from the People's Action Party's Assembly Centre at Bedok Stadium, as well as the Workers' Party's Assembly Centre at Serangoon Stadium. And earlier on, our team was at 322 Hougang Avenue 5, bringing you the sights and sound confirmed results for Potong Pasir SMC, with the People's Action Party winning 69.18% of the votes against the Singapore People's Party's 22.47% and the People Alliance for Reform 8.35%. Now, the result for Bukit Panjang SMC has also been confirmed, with the People's Action Party's Yang Eng-hua winning 61.41% of the votes against the Singapore Democratic Party's chairman, Dr. Paul Tambia. Now, there have been quite a few results that have come in over the past few hours, and continue to stay with us as we will bring you more of the results as they are announced by the returning officer. Now, earlier on, when the sample counts were released, the People's Action Party was leading in most of the constituencies it was contesting in, except for Hougang SMC, Sengkang GRC, as well as Aljunied GRCs, which, based on the sample counts, are still having the Workers' Party in the lead. Now, as you can see from the feed that we have, most of the Workers' Party's candidates have arrived at the Workers' Party Assembly Centre at the Serangoon Stadium. We've seen earlier on the Workers' Party slate for Punggol GRC. They were amongst the earliest to arrive. And later on, we have its slate for Sengkang GRC arriving. And I'll just bring you another latest result which just come in. People's Action Party has won in Bukit Timah GRC with 79.29% of the votes against the RDU. This comes right after the earlier announcements of the People's Action Party's victories in Bukit Panjang SMC as well as Potong Pasir SMC. As we can see from the sample count that was released earlier, there has been a swing towards the ruling People's Action Party. Now, before the elections, Prime Minister Lawrence Wong had said that this is an important election for him as his team amid the renewal, as well as the uncertainties that Singapore will face in the world, given the tariffs as well as the economic situation and the geopolitical situation going on in the world. Now, it appears based on the sample results and as the results are coming in that there has been a swing towards the People's Action Party. Now, in some of the results that's been announced, with the People's Action Party winning as high as over 80% of the votes, this is something that's not been seen in recent times. Now, even as far as in 2015, when there was a swing back to the People's Action Party as well. Back then, the highest results was in the electoral division of Jurong GRC, led by then Deputy Prime Minister Mr. Tharman Shanmugaratnam, who is now the President of Singapore. That was at a percentage of around 9%. Now, with winning margins even exceeding right now at more than 80% of the vote share, this is a result that's not been seen in recent elections, not even back in 2015. We know that in 2011 that was the loss of the first GRC for the People's Action Party, and in 2015 there was a swing back towards the People's Action Party, and in 2020 general election, that was when beyond losing Aljunied GRC in 2011, beyond holding on to Hougang SMC, in 2020 was also when the Workers' Party gained new ground into Sengkang GRC, having 4 more seats, bringing its total number of seats in Parliament right now to 10. And of course, the closest race was in the former West Coast GRC, and that resulted in the Progress Singapore Party's Leong Man Wai as well as Hazel Phua ending up as non-constituency members of Parliament. and they've served in the 14th Parliament of Singapore. However, based on the current sample count, the Progress Singapore Party's team, including Chairman Dr. Tan Cheng Bock, as well as Secretary General Leong Man Wai and Vice Chairperson Hazel Phua, the results do not currently look good at all for the Progress Singapore Party. Once again, if you're joining us, we've been bringing you scenes live from the Ballot Stadium where the People's Action Party supporters are gathered, as well as from Serangoon Stadium where the Workers' Party's supporters have been gathered. We saw hugs and handshakes being exchanged between the Workers' Party candidates. Most of them have arrived here at Serangoon Stadium, except for Workers' Party Chief Mr. Pritam Singh, as well as Chairperson Ms. Sylvia Lim. Most of the candidates here have appeared to be in good spirits. They were also sharing curry puff themselves earlier. And I think the most recent one to arrive was Mr. Dennis Tan, who is the candidate for Hougang SMC. He was flashing a thumbs up to the media when he arrived earlier on. Now, based on some of the just a quick recap of some of the sample results that have come in earlier on. We've seen in, say, some of the hotly contested areas. For example, in Punggol GRC, the People's Action Party's team led by Deputy Prime Minister Gan Kim Yong, who was a last-minute addition to the Punggol GRC team, has a lead of 4% based on the sample votes. Now, of course, we should be minded that the final results are not in yet for some of these hotly contested places, and the final result may still differ from the sample count. Counting is still in progress, and the public is again advised to wait for the announcement of the election result by the returning officer, Mr. Han Kok Juan, which will be broadcast live on national television. We've also seen in another hotly contested electoral division, which is Tampines GRC, with the four-way fight between the People's Action Party, the People's Power Party, Workers' Party, as well as the National Solidarity Party. In the sample count that was released earlier on, the People's Action Party is actually leading with 53% of the votes, Workers' Party with 46% of the votes, People's Power Party led by Mr. Goh Meng Sing, who had attacked Workers' Party Chief Mr. Pritam Singh over his decision not to contest in... and we've just received another set of new results, at this time for the electoral division of Choa Chu Kang. We've just received word that the People's Action Party has won in Choa Chu Kang. Of course, as we were mentioning earlier, there's been a late switch of Prime Minister Gan Kim Yong from Choa Chu Kang GRC, where he served for a pretty long time, over to Punggol GRC at the last minute, and this saw the anchor for the People's Action Party's Marine Parade team, Dr. Tan Si Ling, who is also Minister for Manpower, switching over from Marine Parade Braddell Heights GRC over to Choa Chu Kang GRC. Of course, as we all know by now, Marine Parade Braddell Heights GRC had a walkover after the Workers' Party decided to pull out of the race there, leaving no opposition to contest the People's Action Party. Now, based on the results, Dr. Tan Si Ling, who leads the People's Action Party candidate for Choa Chu Kang GRC, wins with 63.59% of the votes. Once again, if you're just joining us live, we continue to bring you latest all through the evening. We are live from Serangoon Stadium, where Workers' Party candidates are gathered, live from the Ballot Stadium, where People's Action Party candidates are gathered, and shortly we will be live with the Singapore Democratic Party's candidates over at the MOE Evans Centre. Now, just before the announcement of the results of Kang GRC, some of the results that were just released over the last half an hour or so, at around just before midnight, we received the result for Holland Bukit Timah GRC with the People's Action Party slate led by Foreign Minister Vivian Balakrishnan winning 79.29% of the votes. Just around 5 minutes before that, we received the information that People's Action Party has also won in Potong Pasir SMC, with the People's Action Party winning 69.18% of the votes over at Bukit Panjang SMC, which saw a fight between the People's Action Party's Liang Yinghua up against the Singapore Democratic Party's chairperson, Dr. Paul Tambia, with Mr. Liang Yinghua winning 61.41% of the votes. Once again, we started to receive some of these results. The counting is still underway for the remaining electoral divisions. Sample count results that were released earlier could still differ from the final election result, and public is advised to wait for the announcement of the election result by the returning officer, Mr. Han Kok Juan, which will be broadcast live on television. Over at the Yio Chu Kang Stadium, we received word that Prime Minister Lawrence Wong, who is also Secretary General of the People's Action Party, contesting in a general election for the first time as the People's Action Party's leader, arriving at Yio Chu Kang Stadium to loud cheers as well as a huge demonstration of support. Well, not just that, as we were just talking about it earlier on, there's been a huge swing based on the sample count. Of course, again, the caveat that the sample count results could differ from the final results, but really just based on those sample results as well as the streaming in of the finalized results, we can see that there's been a swing to the People's Action Party, something quite similar to 2015, except for the fact that in some of these electoral divisions, we've seen winning margins even exceeding 80% this time round. Of course, before the general election was called, Prime Minister Lawrence Wong had told Singaporean voters that this is an important election for him amid the economic uncertainties that Singapore was facing, counting amongst which, of course, the tariffs that were imposed by the United States following Liberation Day. Then, of course, he also mentioned about an opportunity to renew and refresh the PAP's team moving forward, and he asked for a strong mandate from Singaporean voters. And really just based on the results that's been coming in as well as the sample count that's been released earlier, this is potentially, I mean, still waiting for the final results, but potentially a very, very useful mandate for Prime Minister in his first election as the leader of the People's Action Party. Now, once again, if you were just joining us, we were live earlier on from the Workers' Party's Assembly Centre at Serangoon Stadium, as well as live from Bedok Stadium. We also brought you scenes over at the 322 Hougang Avenue 2. My apologies there, 322 Hougang Avenue 5, which is where many Workers' Party supporters gather over many elections in the past, expressing their support as supporters of the Workers' Party. It's a boisterous scene, really, as we've seen earlier, with car horns, lorry horns, sounding out as they pass the coffee shop. And in the coffee shop itself, colors, light, sounds, plenty with Workers' Party supporters really just demonstrating their support for the Workers' Party itself. Inflatable hammers were also seen, of course. If you've been following the campaign over the past week plus, you would have seen these inflatable hammers being paraded at the Workers' Party's rallies. Well, we're still waiting for more results, and the last result that was officially announced once again was for Choa Chu Kang GRC, with the People's Action Party winning 63.59% of the votes. The People's Action Party slate in Choa Chu Kang is anchored by Dr. Tan Si Leng, who is also Manpower Minister. He made a last-minute move from Marine Parade Braddell Heights GRC after it became uncontested, with the Workers' Party pulling out of the race. It was expected to candidates in Marine Parade Braddell Heights GRC after having walked the ground in Marine Parade GRC for many, many years. And that was a move that also sparked some comments in from other members of the opposition. Now we just received results coming in for Bishan Toa Payoh GRC. Bishan Toa Payoh GRC, the People's Action Party has won 75.1% of the votes. People's Action Party slate in Bishan Toa Payoh GRC is led by Mr. Cheong Tan, who is also the Minister for Transport. Against the SPP, the SPP has received 24.79% of the votes. Once again, if you're just joining us, we've just shared with you results of yet another win for the People's Action Party Party, 75.21% of the votes won by the People's Action Party in Bishan Toa Payoh. Earlier on, we were discussing about Choa Chu Kang GRC, with the PAP winning 63.59% of the votes. Choa Chu Kang GRC, now anchored by Dr. Tan See Leng, who is also Manpower Minister, made a last-minute switch over from Bishan to Toa Payoh. My apologies, from Marine Parade Braddell Heights GRC, after it became uncontested following the Workers' Party not contesting in it. We also shared with you results from Holland Bukit Timah GRC, led by Foreign Affairs Minister Vivian Balakrishnan, with the People's Action Party taking 79.29% of the votes against RDU's 20.71%. People's Action Party has also retained Potong Pasir SMC, with the People's Action Party winning 69.18% of the votes. Bukit Panjang SMC, with Mr. Liang Eng-hua of the People's Action Party taking 61.41% of the votes against the Singapore Democratic Party's chairman, Dr. Paul Tambia, with 3.59% of the votes. Once again, if you're just joining us, we've been sharing with you results as they are received following the announcement by the returning officer for the 2025 general election, Mr. Han Kok Juan. These results are broadcast live on national television. Right now, we received the sample count results earlier on, and these are still expected these results may differ from the final results, and the public is advised to wait for the finalized results. We were just sharing with you the finalized results for Bishan Toa Payoh and Choa Chu Kang GRCs, which have also been won by the People's Action Party. Just do continue to stay live with us as we continue to bring in the sights, the sounds from the People's Action Party's Assembly Centre at Bedok Stadium, as well as the Workers' Party's Assembly Centre at the Serangoon Stadium. In about 20 minutes' time, we will also be bringing you live footages. Now it's Ken.
Results for Tanjung Pagar GRC there. Of course, going to the PAP once again, but no surprises, I think, because this is a PAP stronghold. As we can see, the numbers are up there. 81% of the vote share goes to the PAP.
If I'm not wrong, this Lee Kuan Yew's ward, right? So, I mean, and it's quite an old neighborhood in that sense. I think some part of the business district as well, but some older flats there too. And this time it was, they've taken in Dover and Telok Blangah estates as well as the latest electoral boundary review.
I think it's a comfortable win for the PAP. Also, I mean, knowing that Chan Chun Sing is anchoring this GRC, we saw the switch, right? The swapping of Ms. Indrani Raja, or the move rather, of Ms. Indrani Raja to Pasir Ris Chang GRC. I mean, no surprises, I suppose.
No surprise at all over here. I think, but I think again the numbers have actually increased by a lot since 2020 general elections as well. So
the percentage.
Yeah, the percentage of votes. I think it was what, 60.
Yeah, 63%.
Correct.
Against the PSP.
Yeah. So I think that that's a huge shift as well for the PAP. And I think this time around, given that there are new faces, Wu Zhexiang, for example, I think the support that is given to the PAP has grown in Tanjung Pagar.
Yeah, and actually, in terms of all these GRCs, many of them, the anchor ministers this time, the 4G ministers who, in a way, because some have stepped down from so does this also speak about, their credibility and how they are coming into their own, and that this sense of renewal is therefore...
All right, Steve, we have to go to Wycliffe on the ground now for the latest updates. Wycliffe, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Yeah, I'm here at Bedok Stadium. This is where I'm tracking the performance as well as the reactions from the People's Action Party candidates contesting in the eastern part of Singapore. Now, the supporters here have been at the stadium since 8:30 p.m. and it's only a couple of hours later that I heard the loudest cheer. And that was when the official sample count results for Tampines GRC was announced. Understandably so, because this is a closely watched CPM. Dr. Mustafa of the Phoenix Park had both discussed this in the studios. I don't have to go any further. But earlier I did speak to Minister Masagos before the official sample count results were up. He told me an equal count looks good. Now also...
Result for electoral division of Jalan Besar. Shu Shu Muhammad Amin bin Alias, Selina binti Abu Hassan, Vigneshwari, daughter of V. Ramachandran, People's Alliance for Reform, 23,186 votes. Sean Lo Shen En, Denise Phua Lei Ping, Mrs. Josephine Teo, 1 result. People's Action Party, 70,345 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 93,531. Rejected votes, 3,331. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Jalan Besar, are conclusive of the result. I declare Sean Lo Shen En, Denise Phua Lei Ping, Mrs. Josephine Teo, 1 result of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for Jalan Besar.
Good evening, everyone. Let us welcome the candidates from Jalan Besar GRC.
Good evening, everyone. We'd firstly like to thank all of our residents for their strong support. We are very, very grateful that they have chosen to place their trust in us. We are also deeply humbled, and we will do everything that we have promised to fulfill our commitments to them. At the same time, let me just say that we have an amazing team of volunteers and activists. Thank you so much. Together,
East Coast team. I'm sorry, the Tampines team. Right now. Yeah.
It's past midnight already.
Okay, the Tampines team. Just look at that. Okay, there's.
This has been such a big relief for him, as those numbers came in, not just for himself, but for his colleagues, in all the other different constituencies as well. And he mentioned those candidates, so we got to give him, this is as clear a mandate as he can get.
Maybe it's quite maybe it's still maybe resounding in the way he is presenting it from and I think you can see that the speeches that have been made thus far are very happy obviously with the result. I also saw that say that they will continue to work with the residents so their concerns. So I think the
So maybe since there's so many of you, one row squat. Yeah, one row squat and then one row stand. Okay. We're going to change your plan, guys. You're going to go upstairs. Oh. Use the nice back wall. Okay. But don't say anything, huh? Don't speak. No, you come back down. After that, you come back down. Yeah. Change again. Okay. Hurry up. So you go and take I can go on stage. Use the nice back wall. You're going to disappoint everybody. He's like the biggest cheese in the person. Okay, let's go. We are going on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the World Party candidate of
Hi, good evening everyone. Thank you for your support. So, the results are in, and while they're not what we hoped for, I accept them with respect for the democratic process that is at the heart of our nation. First, I would like to congratulate Mr. Ng on his victory today. The residents of Jalan Kayu have spoken, and I respect their decision. I wish him all the best as he represents this constituency in Parliament. To my campaign team and volunteers who poured their hearts and souls into our effort, thank you for your dedication, your passion, and your belief in a better Singapore. Your passion inspires me daily, and this result does not diminish the importance of the work we've done together. To the residents of Jalan Kayu who supported me, your trust means more than I can express. And to those who made a different choice, I hear you too. Your decision is valid and important. Now, this campaign was never just about winning a seat in Parliament. It was about offering a different, fresh perspective, asking important questions, and starting necessary conversations about accountability, affordability, and the Singapore we want to build together. These conversations do not end tonight. They must continue. I remain committed to the residents of Jalan Kayu. I will continue to walk the ground, to listen to your concerns, and to be a voice for change. I'm still young. There is plenty of room for growth and personal development. And perhaps, with the party's blessing, in 5 years, I hope to once again seek your support to represent you in Parliament. Now, in the meantime, I urge all residents of Jalan Kayu, as well as all Singaporeans, to hold your elected representatives accountable, make your voices heard, and demand transparency. Because this is how democracy works best. Our vision for Singapore, one that is more equitable, more transparent, and more creative, remains undimmed. One electoral defeat does not change the urgent need to address the challenges facing ordinary Singaporeans. To my family, especially my wife, she's somewhere. Oh, hello. As we prepare to welcome our first child, your support has been my foundation. Thank you for standing by me through this journey. The Workers' Party continue to work across Singapore. We remain committed to being a rational, responsible, and respected opposition voice. And I remain committed to serving Singapore in whatever capacity I can. Thank you all. The fight continues. Now for a few words in Mandarin. 各位晚上好。选举结果已经出来，虽然不是我们所希望的，但我尊重民主进程和选民的决定。我们对新加坡的远景，一个更公平、更透明、更创新的国家，仍然坚定不移。一次选举失败不会改变普通新加坡人面临的挑战。谢谢大家。我们的努力将继续，谢谢。
Wait for the official results to be announced, and as they are announced, the individual teams will come up and address the media and the public. This is just to let you know, this is the team that stood up, stepped up for you, for all Singaporeans, and we all should be mighty proud of them.
entire SMC, right? And that's really a close fight there between Ng Chee Meng and Andre Lau. I mean, what do you think were the advantages or disadvantages for Andre Lau entering this contest?
Well, he himself, I think, would consider he's the underdog in this contest, and despite being an underdog, he has performed remarkably well. So I think for the general
Parliamentary General Election 2025. Result for Electoral Division of Tampines Changkat. People's Action Party. 12,441 votes. 261. The Workers' Party. 9,707 votes. Total vote cast for the candidates. 22,148. Rejected votes. 224. The vote cast in Singapore, which
again to serve as a Member of Parliament. Thank you for your support. My heartfelt thanks go to every single volunteer who dedicated time and energy so selflessly. Your passion was inspiring. Thank you to my team and always to my family for their constant support. I also wish to acknowledge Kenneth Fu from the Workers' Party. He has campaigned with conviction. Every campaign is difficult. I wish him well. This is more than an election outcome. It is an affirmation of the journey we've worked together for the past 10 years. Now that the campaign is over, it is time for us to unite. Regardless of how you have voted, I promise that I will serve the residents of Tampines Changkat to the best of my abilities. Thank you very much.
GE2025, including our media friends here, our police officers as on duty, and also our dear volunteers, party members, and all of them, and all of you as well. Thank you. I would like to say thanks also to my dear wife, always been behind me, supporting me. So, just to let you all know that, as some of you might know that I was involved in the AHTC case quite some time back, and the case was closed just last year. At a certain stage during the case, I told her, dear, the worst case scenario is that I might be sued and then I might go bankrupt. And then she said, don't worry, we'll start from zero. I'm all behind you. Thanks, dear. Thank you very much. So, 各位的亲爱的支持者和选民，大家晚上好。我很感谢和感激大家的支持，我们工人党会继续努力不懈。我们承诺将加把劲，以后和将来赢得但宾尼上议单选区的选民的支持，赢得这个选区。还有就是我很感谢我们的媒体的工作人员、台前幕后的工作人员，还有就是我们的工人党的党员，还有义工们。最重要的是，我想以一句歌词来形容我们所要做的事。这是五月天的歌，叫做《倔强》。它的歌词是讲逆风的方向更适合飞翔， 不怕千万人阻挡，只怕自己投降。Thank you， 我们是不会投降的，谢谢。
后港区嘅选民，感谢您嘅支持，给我嘅一个机会，为大家服务嘅5年，感谢。亲爱的后港选民们，我陈立峰非常感谢大家这5年来，还有在这大选的时候给我的支持。给我的爱护，我会继续尽我的能力替大家服务，和在国会替你们出声。谢谢后港居民们。Dear Hougang voters, thank you for your support and giving me another opportunity to serve you for 5 more years. It's a great understatement to say that I'm very humbled by your support. But with God's help, I will continue to give my best to you in the next 5 years. Thank you for continuing to accept me and the Workers' Party to represent you. We belong to you, not the other way around. And Workers' Party love Hougang. Now, for those residents who have not voted for me, I assure you that I will continue to serve all of you equally. You are all my dear residents. Thank you. There are a number of people I would like to thank specifically for the help they've given me and the Hougang residents in the last 5 years. First, I'd like to thank my God for His grace and mercy. Next, I would like to thank our dear staff from Aljunied Hougang Town Council for their great support to me and our Hougang residents. Special mention to our Town Council Secretary Vincent Koh, who has been with us since the Hougang Town Council days with Mr. Loh Tia Kiang. Thank you for your immense contribution to Hougang and Aljunied over the years. I'd like to thank Elizabeth, Jia Xiang, Eric, and our Hougang property team members over the 5 years for having my back. Next, I'd like to thank Deputy General Manager of AHTC, Chelsea Koh, for your strong support to all our Hougang residents. I would also like to thank all our Hougang volunteers, without whom this campaign is not possible. I can't do it alone. Especially Gordon, Jeremy, Amy, Kelvin, Patrick, and Maureen for their leadership of our team. Thank you. In the last 5 years, I'm grateful to our volunteers, led by my legislative assistants, past and present, Kelvin Yap, Jasper Kwan, our East Coast candidate, and Adrian Sim for their leadership of our volunteer team in Hougang. It is not just a general election campaign, it's 5 years of supporting our activities in Hougang. Last but not least, I'd like to thank my dear wife, Hui Sing, and my daughter, Abigail, for their support as well as their understanding and patience, especially for me not being home with them most of the time. Hougang residents, after this, I'm going back to Hougang to work. Thank you.
Saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua penduduk Pasir Ris Changi atas sokongan anda yang kukuh. Kami akan terus mendengar dan menyuarakan suara anda. Inilah masanya kita bersatu dan bekerja sama supaya kita dapat menghadapi dunia yang penuh mencabar. Kami akan terus berusaha keras dan berkhidmat demi kebaikan semua di Pasir Ris Changi dan juga di Singapura. Terima kasih kerana kepercayaan anda. Majulah Singapura.
各位同志们，晚上好！还有各位白沙张义的居民们，非常感谢，衷心的感谢你们给我们的支持和信任。你们的一票给我们很大的激发力，我们会尽力、全力以赴，建立一个更美好的白沙张义给所有的居民。谢谢大家。Thank you everybody for the strong support and your trust. We will continue to work hard to do our level best to deliver and honor your trust. Thank you, and once again, thank you very much.
Dear residents and voters of Pasir Ris Changi, first, thank you for your faith and for your support in us. We will do our utmost for you. We will walk the ground. We will hear your concerns. We'll put in place the plans that we already have, but we're going to listen to you so that we can put together fresh plans together with you. And for those who didn't vote for us, it will be our mission to understand why. And we will work hard for you too, because you are no less our residents than the others. And we will work hard for everyone in Pasir Ris Changi. So thank you to those who supported us, and for those who didn't, we will make sure we take care of you as well. Thank you to the volunteers, the activists, to SMTO and to M. Maliki. And also to say that our work begins, well, actually today. We will see you all later in the morning. Thank you very much.
Let us candidate from Mountbatten SMC.
And secondly, to my dearest mentor, Mr. Lim Biao Chuan. You know, I could never ask for a better mentor. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for teaching me. And you know what? I will not let you down. I will work hard. I know you poured 19 years, you know, in Mountbatten. And I will do my best to ensure that your legacy of hard work and dedication to service continues. A round of applause for my dearest mentor, Mr. Lim Biao Chuan. Okay, next. I'm looking right now directly at my team, Mountbatten. I know that I'm a new candidate. Many times I feel so tired and exhausted, and I do know that I have a strong team of activists and supporters behind me. You know what? I stand shoulder and shoulder with you guys, and I am fearless because I know that you are behind me. So this is not my victory, it is your victory. And also, I do want to thank my opponent, Mr. Jeremy Tan. We may have some differences in terms of what we accept in our understanding of the policies, but I do thank you for stepping up. It takes a lot of courage, and thank you for giving the voters of Mountbatten a chance to vote. So thank you, and once again, Team Mountbatten, are you ready for the hard work?
Your support has been so important in the mission of achieving and working towards a more balanced parliament. That work also continues. To the dear residents of Aljunied who voted for the PAP team, as I committed to you, as this team commits to you, we serve everyone equally. The team and I look forward to working with you to make Aljunied our best home yet. A second group of people that I want to acknowledge are everyone on the Workers' Party, team, members, volunteers, media team, logistics team, you name it. I can't name all of them, but every single person was an important part of the jigsaw. Without your contribution, we can't do much. But once we are together, we can achieve great things. So thank you very much for everyone who supported the Workers' Party effort. Finally, a word of thanks to our opponents on the PAP team. I wish them well. I wish their family well. I wish all their supporters well. They put up a very strong fight as we expected. And I hope they have some time to rest overnight as well. Small group, which I can't thank enough. I probably thank these people a lot, but I think I should verbalize it here on stage. The families and the people who brought us here. Our children, our parents, our in-laws, extended family, you name it. Thank you so much for your kind support. Some of us have not spent as much time as we ought to have with you, but without you, this would have been an impossible journey. So thank you so much. Thank you.
阿依尼集选区的选民，非常感谢你们的支持与信任。在接下来的5年里，我们会全力以赴，为你服务，为国效劳。让我们一起建建一个更强大、更民主的社会。谢谢大家。
Terima kasih kepada para pengundi Aljunied GRC atas kepercayaan dan sokongan anda kepada Parti Pekerja. Dalam tempoh 5 tahun akan datang, kami akan berusaha sebaik mungkin untuk berkhidmat kepada anda dan meningkatkan mutu hidup anda. Bersama-sama kita akan membina sebuah negara yang lebih demokratik dan masyarakat yang lebih kukuh. Terima kasih.
The Workers' Party, 51,660.
In this 2025 GE and work from there.
And while we're waiting for the results, actually results now. Let's listen in.
Parliamentary General Election 2025. Result of electoral division of 3 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates 115,252. Rejected votes 822. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Punggol, are conclusive of the result. I declare Gan Kim Yong, Daniel Cherry, Sun Xue Ying, Yeo Wan of People's Action Party as the candidates duly.
Welcome the candidates from Punggol GRC. Residents of Punggol, I must thank you for your support and the mandate that you have given us for my team and I to serve you for the next 5 years. I want to thank you. Thank you for the trust and confidence that you have in us. We will do our best to serve you and to make Punggol a better place and a better home. But at the same time, we are also reminded that there are still people in Punggol that did not support us, but we will continue to reach out to you, to engage you, to find ways to work with you, because together we can make Punggol much better than what it is today. I want to also take this opportunity to thank many of our leaders who have guided us, supported us. First and foremost, Senior Minister Teo Chee Hean. SMTU has served Punggol for many decades, and his guidance and leadership has helped to establish a strong foundation for our team to be able to work in Punggol. I want to thank him also for his guidance for me. This is a newbie in Punggol. Of course, I'm no longer a stranger to Punggol. I want to thank Prime Minister Lawrence Wong for his decision to relocate me to Punggol and make me the task force man. I must also thank Senior Minister Lee Hsien Loong, who has helped to walk the ground and won many votes with his presence in Punggol. I'm very happy to be a part of this PAP team. As I said, I'm a newbie. I'm very happy that the 3 of them have accepted me and have worked with me very closely, and I indeed have a very, very capable and dedicated team. I want to thank all my 3 team members. Of course, most importantly, I want to thank
each and every activist who have helped us work through the nights, work into every detail to reach out to everyone to gain their support. Thank you. But work is not done. There's a lot more to do, and we are facing an imminent crisis. It's a global crisis. We have talked about it many times, and it is approaching nearer and nearer. And we need to work together, work in unison. We must stay united so that we are able to face the challenges of tomorrow. So let's continue our work and work with our people in Pongo and with the rest of Singapore to secure a better future for Singapore. Thank you very much.
Para penduduk Pongo, terima kasih atas sokongan anda. Saya juga amat hargai jasa sukarelawan dan aktivis kami. Kita maju bersama. Residents of Pongo, thank you very much for the support and walking this journey with us for all these years. I also want to extend my thanks. I also want to extend my thanks to all the activists, not just the activists of Pongo GRC, but also from across the PAP, because we are one PAP and we have one fight. Thank you very much for all your support. And lastly, I also want to thank DPM Gan Kim Yong for coming to this very fierce fight. Thank you very much, DPM, for coming to join us in Pongo. Thank you.
My dear residents of Pongo, I'm very humbled by the trust that you have put in us, and I promise that we will continue to love you, to care for you, and to protect you. We will come up with many innovative programs with our partners to make happiness and progress something you can expect in Pongo. But also at the same time, we will work together with our agencies as well as the government to create even better facilities for our youths, for our seniors, and for our families. Know that we treasure and love you, and we really appreciate the opportunity given to us to serve you. I also want to thank the many activists as well as my union sisters and brothers who came out to support us during this intense campaign. We would not have been able to do this without you, and I call on your support to protect and to love Pongo together with us. Thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank SM Teo Chi Hian, who has been a mentor to all of us, which was once Pasir Ris Pongo. He laid a strong foundation for Pongo GRC. Can we give a big round of applause to SM Teo Chi Hian, please? Kindly allow me to say a few words in Chinese. 这9天大家都非常的不容易，非常感谢居民朋友们的支持，也感谢榜额支部的每一个团员，你们都非常辛苦，我们都被你们的付出所感动了，特别感谢你们，谢谢大家。居民朋友们的每一张票都代表了您对我们的信任，我们也一定会以实际的行动证明你的选择是正确的。无论大家在竞选的时候投的是哪一个党，在竞选后我们还是相亲相爱的一家人。希望我们能放下分歧，充分的沟通，携手前进，共创一个更美好的新加坡。谢谢大家。
And do not ever forget the tens of thousands of Singaporeans who are crying out for a fairer politics in our country, where every voice, even those that do not agree with the official narrative, must be respected, heard. Engage us, engage your critics, because all of us love Singapore. So to my dear opponents, do not return to business as usual, because that would be a betrayal of what a very large number of Singaporeans are telling us in this election. Now, this is off script. I cannot leave this stage without saying something about this solid team of mine. Jackson, Alia, Alexis, for 9 days, you have inspired this entire country. You have got people hoping. You've given them belief that a better future is possible. Alia and Alexis, you have inspired countless numbers of young women. Not just Muslim women, but women of all faiths and women of all creeds. So thank you very much, because you have lifted them up, you've shown them what is possible, you've shown them what it means to step up with courage, all of you. And Jackson, he and I have been journeying for a few years together. He speaks less than I do, but man, this guy has got strength inside him. He is a great organizer, always there. And I can tell you, you vote him in, you vote this team again, in the future, we will push for the change and the voice that Singaporeans are yearning to cry, are yearning for. So, residents of Punggol GRC, thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts. We love you. Singaporeans, we love you. You will hear more from us. Bless you.
Previous constituencies. I mean, no surprise, but I mean, Grace, who, she's a veteran. She's one of the two female politicians who was anchoring, a GRC, and, the numbers there clearly show it's also in the mid-70s. So again, once again, showing that there appears to be a near nationwide shift towards the PAP, right? So, I mean, in that sense, PM Wong, he did ask for a strong mandate, and it appears that the voters have given him one. Not just a clear mandate, but a strong mandate.
Yeah? Yes, absolutely. I think it seems to point in that direction. And I think, of course, Minister Grace Fu, in this case, what was also acting to do is just if we move
getting some live pictures of SDP leaders. Probably. Oh yes, Dr. Chi Sun-yuan, that's right, all right. He is right there, and Dr. Chi Sun-yuan. Well, I perhaps, thinking through the results that, he did pretty well, considering, who he was contesting. And also when it comes to the SDP, aside from, I guess, Dr. Paul Tambaya, the results perhaps wasn't what we expected. But for Dr. Chi, it seems promising for the party. So going forward, what do you think, how do you think SDP is going to consolidate, what they have?
First and foremost, we will have to see whether he's eligible to be NCMP given what he has achieved thus far. So I think that's the first. And second, whether SDP as a party would be amenable to accepting the NCMP position. Right? And I think for the SDP as a party, I think they can take heart from the performance in this election, particularly for Dr. Chi, and build on it. So there is still a future for the party. And as they have mentioned, they have this northern strategy. They can build on that.
Results coming out. Hang on. Stand by. Parliamentary General Election 2025. Result for Electoral Division of West Coast Jurong West. Ang Wei Neng, Hamid Razak, Sean Huang Wei Chung, Cassandra Lee Shi Wee, Desmond Lee T. Singh, People's Action Party, 88,347 votes. Yong Man Wai, Hazel Hua, Sunny Ismail, Sumaleki Amjad, Tan Cheng Bok, Progress Singapore Party, 58,863 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 147,210. Rejected votes, 1,437. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for West Coast Jurong West, are conclusive of the result. I declare Ang Wei Neng, Hamid Razak, Sean Huang Wei Chung, Cassandra Lee Shi Wee, Desmond Lee T. Singh of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for West Coast Jurong West.
And with this latest win, the ruling People's Action Party has once again secured a 2/3 majority in Parliament. The party requested 60 the remainder of the election result. In this means it can amend the constitution without needing the support of other parties. Now, the PAP has consistently achieved the supermajority since independence. And let's get you up to speed on the state of play at the moment. We can see a wide sea of red here. The number of parties, 67. We have the PAP number of seats they have in Parliament at the moment. And a spot of blue right there, 6 seats in Parliament for the Workers' Party. And we still have a few GRC results. They're not in at the moment, and they'll start to fill up later on as well. Let's take a look at the number of seats in Parliament. And again, PAP has achieved the supermajority, 65 seats is the magic number. PAP has 67 seats now, and the Workers' Party, 56 seats. And there's still some seats that are going to come in as we have more updates from the returning officer. And now it's back to you guys. Thanks a lot for that, Angela. So that's on West Coast Jurong West. So PAP appears likely to lose its parliamentary presence. What do you think this means for their political viability moving forward? Because Dr. Tan Cheng Bok, they're 18.
It's quite a surprise. I mean, PSP fielded about, 13 seats altogether. And it seems like they're going to lose every hit, and that's, and not even winning an NCMP seat, because I don't think they have maintained that threshold up there yet. And this is quite shocking. So moving forward, what's going to happen to the PSP? Will it disappear altogether, or how are they going to sustain it? I mean, you need to perhaps go back and really look at the strategy, because it must move beyond Dr. Tan Cheng Bok. It has to.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that the electoral boundary changes were a contributing factor for this particular constituency as well. I just want to go back to the number that Angela was running through. The simple majority is there. The simple majority was never in doubt, but was the simple majority also in question at any time? Did you feel? I think at different moments, I think there was an unpredictability, and you see ground shifting sentiments as well. So it was not easy to call from the very beginning, and that's why I think everyone was saying it's going to be a close and that's right. Okay, as it turns out, super majority retained. I also, did some back of the envelope calculations here. I'm trying to see whether or not there are any positive takeaways. Okay, if you look at the winning margins for the PAP, more than 70%, my back of the envelope count is 15. We have a result coming out soon, but let me carry on until the returning officer comes on board. Between 61 and 70%, I count 8. Again, back of the envelope. Coming out. We'll come back to that.
Parliamentary General Election 2025. Result for Electoral Division of Nee Soon. David Fu, Sharon Lin, Pang Heng Chuan, Ravi Philemon, Syed Alwi Ahmad, Red Dots United. 36,459 votes. Goh Han Yen, K. Shanmugam, Jackson Ran Wei Liang, Li Hui Yi, Syed Harun Al-Habshi, People's Action Party, 102,744 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 139,203. Rejected votes, 3,083. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Nee Soon, are conclusive of the result. I declare Goh Han Yen, K. Shanmugam, Jackson Lam Wei Liang, Li Hui Yi, Syed Harun Al-Habshi of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for Nee Soon.
So there we have it, Nee Soon, PAP clearly the winner there. I mean, the results here again, versus an RDU, do you think it's a wake-up call for basically these smaller opposition parties to seriously consider some kind of a merger or some strategic alliances? Or do you think we're going to see continued fragmentation?
I think at this point it does seem continued fragmentation. We have seen alliances being formed in this election as well, but they have not produced the results. So, and if those parties continue, then I think the fragmentation will also continue.
Right. I mean, this is a landslide result by any measure. I want to go back to the point I was making earlier. Looking at the winning margins, more than 70%. I count at least 15. My boss just told me there are 10, about 75%. Looking at the margins between 61 and 70, I think they're about 8. And then you have, lower than 60%, just a handful. So I'm wondering, is there a positive takeaway for the opposition at all from what we've seen so far?
I think if you look at the opposition, we need them. I mean, we need them to support the democracy that we have in Singapore, because we want everyone to have a chance to vote, at least in all constituencies. And this time around, I think I'm very unfortunate, very great that we did not have a chance at the opportunity. So the positive takeaway is that, yes, I don't think a lot of them actually belong to the party. I mean, there's a handful, 1 or 2, here and there, but of a particular, political party. But by and large, I think most of them kept their deposits. And I think that is also, I would take it positively. That's a good sign. Yeah. They can money in, and perhaps again relook where they can contribute, how they can contribute. Have they been too populist in their manifesto? Okay. Have they been too extreme? Does it, or what's the difference? How can they contribute to the larger, system?
Are you surprised at all by some of the ideas that have been put forward? I mean, to this day, we still hear of unconditional cash transfers, for example. I mean, it sounds good, but I mean, are Singaporeans
I suppose I'd be a little bit more enlightened about something like that, that is not going to work, for example, or it's irresponsible, for example.
I think some of the plans are a little bit ridiculous. You could think that but actually suggested that, we should use the reserves, and I'm like, why? The reserve is there for a reason, for a rainy day. And so you want the reserve, or at the end of the day, they want to use certain portion of the money, to help people. But where do you think you're going to get the money from? At the end of the day, it's your taxpayers' money, and it's all our hard-earned.
And it's a good example of, this particular opposition party shooting itself in the foot, right? Dr. Mustafa, do you also agree? Do you hear all these ideas which you, in your head, result coming up?
Parliamentary General Election 2025. Result for Electoral Division of Sengkang. Abdul Muhaimin bin Abdul Malik, Chua King Wee Lewis, He Ting Ru, James Jerome Lim Chi Wee, the Workers' Party, 66,383 votes.
Kelly Nekmat, Bernadette Young, Theodora Lai, Lam Chi Lee, People's Action Party, 51,505 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 117,888. Rejected votes, 187. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for Sengkang, are conclusive of the result. I declare Abdul Muhaimin bin Abdul Malik, Chua King Wee Lewis, He Ting Ru, James Jerome Lim Chi Wee of the Workers' Party as the group of candidates duly elected for Sengkang.
Dear Workers' Party supporters here tonight, thank you for being here with us. And residents of Sengkang, you once again put your trust in us, and for that we are so extremely grateful. It has been an amazing privilege to work for you in the last 5 years. And we want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for continuing to trust us with this duty. To all the elections officials and all other home team members and everyone who has been involved in these elections, thank you for the hard work involved in the last few weeks to keep things running smoothly. And to the PAP Sengkang team, thank you for contesting the area, for running a professional campaign, and for also working for the residents of Sengkang. And to our families, and to our team of amazing Workers' Party members, volunteers, from the media team, logistics team, polling agent and election agents, all of you, and most especially to the Sengkang volunteers who stuck with us through thick and thin all over these 5 years. Words really cannot express the role that you guys play and how all of you have kept us going, especially when things were tough. And to residents of Sengkang, as we promised 5 years ago, when you first took a leap of faith in us, our commitment to all of you remains unchanged. We work for all of you. And thank you once more for keeping your trust in us.
大家早上好，已经1点了。非常感谢所有在场的工人党的支持者，感谢你们一直给我们很大的鼓励。不会，也当然要非常感谢所有盛港的居民，再一次给予我们你的信任还有支持。我们非常感激，也非常庆幸能够在未来的5年，在国会上做你的代议士。当然，还是那句话，我们的工作还是任重道远，所以还有很多事情需要我们继续努力才行。所以我也希望我们大家可以一起打造一个属于我们自己的新加坡，属于我们自己的盛港。那当然最重要的呢，就是我们非常感谢所有一直在身边支持我们的义工团队。如果没有你们的支持，你们的牺牲，我们就没有办法站在这里和大家说话。所以非常感谢所有工人党的义工团队，非常感激你们的付出还有牺牲。对所有的盛港居民，不管你是把票投给工人党还是执政党，我们同样的会为你们每一个人尽心尽力，在国会发声，在社区服务。谢谢大家。
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Saya nak mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih ke atas sokongan dan kepercayaan para penduduk GRC Sengkang. Kami akan terus bekerja keras untuk anda di Sengkang dan di Parlimen. Terima kasih juga kepada isteri saya yang tersayang yang selalu berada di balik tabir. Tak lupa juga terima kasih kepada keluarga sama andai dan para sukarelawan kami. Kami tak akan sia-siakan peluang ini. Kami akan terus bekerja untuk Sengkang dan untuk Singapura. Terima kasih.
To the good people of Sengkang GRC. One of the earliest interactions I had in Sengkang after we won the GRC in 2020 was with a resident at the 350 Anchorvale coffee shop. He was almost in tears when he shared about how important Dr. Lam had been to the community. It was then that I knew that we had massive shoes to fill. And over the course of the past 5 years, Team Sengkang, the Sengkang 4, have been tirelessly working to fill those shoes and to reward the brave voters of this constituency for their trust in us. During that time, we must have walked just about every corner of the estate, cracked open hundreds of rubbish chutes, burned many nights and often days drafting letters and appeals for our residents, and worked with hundreds of speeches on weekends. We did so because for us, Sengkang is home. Sengkang is family. We will not rest on our laurels. We will work to introduce more innovations and improvements to the town and further enhance the way we provide help and support to our residents, especially with uncertain times ahead. Just as you had our back, we will have yours. To our families, and especially my beautiful wife and daughter, thank you for the many nights that you have had to endure with our absence. To the volunteers, the hundreds of volunteers that have given their own time, energy, and love to help us along the way with almost no promise of tangible reward, thank you. To our supporters here, thank you for your unwavering faith in our cause. And of course, to the voters, thank you for keeping the flickering flame of an alternative voice alive in Singapore. So once again, 感謝聖港。
In terms of margins, do you think the co-driver analogy that only comes out of that the co-driver
But again, we know that Mr. Ong Ye Kung is very popular, he's very active on social media, and likable, and he's got a strong team as well. But just again, going down to the fact, like, we have NSP there, not getting, their deposit back, 2.32%. Again, it again shows us that all these, smaller parties, right, they're simply not gaining traction, right? And what does this tell us about voter appetite for alternatives other than the PAP and WP dynamics?
They're looking for, policies, suggestions, alternative policies that really work. I think a lot of Singaporeans are very globalized. We all do understand how the world is run, and I think highly educated Singaporeans as well. And when they listen to policies, they want to know whether it actually translates. Is it translatable to action? And is it realistic and not some idealistic perspective of like, oh, I would love to have certain policies so that everyone can benefit. It doesn't work that way. So I think Singaporeans are mindful of that.
So just to note that before you jump in, I think we have about 10 seats that's awaiting official results, just to keep you updated.
But again, a reminder that we've crossed that simple majority and the super majority point as well in Parliament. So I want to go back to the point about the co-driver analogy. Did that strike a chord, Dr. Mustafa? I think it certainly did, as in it called into question a kind of opposition that would be good for parliamentary debates. I think there is a yearning for opposition voices, but I think it's also about the kind of constructive opposition that I think voters look for. And I think in this particular election, they have seen it in the Workers' Party, but not necessarily seen it from the other parties.
We are standing by for more results coming through.
Let's get back to what the SDP result.
Parliamentary General Election 2025. Result for Electoral Division of East Coast. Dinesh Basudesh, Haslina Binte Abdul Halim, Tan Kiet Hao, Tan Sun Neo Jessica, Tong Chun Fai Edwin Charles, People's Action Party, 79,664 votes. Ko Kim Kui, Nathaniel, Kwan Hong Wai, Jasper, Harris V. Paramaswari, Sufyan Mikel, Putra Muhammad Kamil, E. Zhenjong, The Workers' Party, 55,912 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 135,576. Rejected votes, 1,565. The votes cast in Singapore, which have been counted for East Coast, are conclusive of the result. I declare Dinesh Basudesh, Haslina Binte Abdul Halim, Han Kiet Hao, Han Sun Neo Jessica, Tong Chun Fai Edwin Charles of People's Action Party as the group of candidates duly elected for East Coast.
Hougang FC candidate has arrived. Let us invite him to say a few words before we welcome the candidates from East Coast to come out.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. First off, please let me apologize for being delayed. I intended to join you guys much earlier, but I was held back by an incident at the branch, and I wanted to make sure that my volunteers were taken care of before I came here.
Staying true. We are really touched in this 9 days of campaign and even way before that, the very strong support that we have been given. And we also wish to thank the many hundreds of volunteers that put in so much time and effort, so much resources to help us. That would include the people that did. In fact, not just this period, but over the last 5 years, every week, about 2 to 3 times, they'll be out walking with us for the last 5 years. And, of course, a lot more intensive in the last 9 days, as well as the many people who helped to put up all the posters that you see all around, the logistics, the counting, polling agents. A very big thank you to all of you. We respect the results, although it's not what we desired, and we wish the best to the PAP team led by Edwin Tong to continue the work in East Coast. Saying goodbye is always very difficult, but at some point in time, goodbyes have to be said, and that's for me personally. It has been a wonderful 15 years journey, and I'm really touched by all the affection shown. Even during these elections, all the sore throat medicine that's been given to us, all the drinks, thank you very much for it. What I want to say is that look at the team. Look at the team today that the Workers' Party has put up. This is the kind of team that I've never imagined when I stepped out in 2011. And of course, the result is not to be desired, but I'm really pleased that so many people of great talent have dared to step up to make that commitment. And for the East Coast team, I cannot thank them enough for being part of this team, which I've said I'm proud to lead, and I'm really proud to have led them. First, you have Nathaniel, my teammate from 2020, who persevered for so long till now, and helping to get things organized. Jasper, stepping forward from a busy job, 3 school-going age children, and still pressing on. Parith, Sufyan, both who have quitted their job, who have quit their job to be here, to be your candidates. I'm proud of the commitment that the team has shown, and I believe that one day Singaporeans will be able to see the passion and really the determination that we have to continue. So continue to support the Workers' Party and to support all the future candidates. Thank you.
I want to first congratulate the PAP for winning East Coast GRC. To our Workers' Party supporters, volunteers, polling agents, counting agents, election agents, and the many of you who have walked the ground in East Coast GRC. In one of my rally speeches, I said, life is not measured by how many times you get beaten down, but by how you get back up again. This is one of those times. The Workers' Party in East Coast GRC will get back up again. In defeat, we find strength. We rediscover our purpose. We get back stronger and better than before. So, chin up, heads up, step up. Let's get on with it, and we will get there.
大家好，感谢你们和东海岸集选区的选民对我们团队的支持，我们感受到你们支持和爱戴，谢谢。我也要感谢我们的志工团队，如果没有你们的支持，这是不可能完成的。我们的志工团队已经在东海岸集选区行走了20年，谢谢你们。我像很多新加坡人一样，有一个梦想，在新加坡为我们的孩子建立一个更美好的家园。我们会更加努力的，希望下一届大选中可以赢得你们的支持，谢谢。
Salam sejahtera semua.
I also want to say a big thank you to our predecessors, DPM Heng Swee Keat, Maliki Osman, and Cheryl Chan. We are going to build on the work that you've done. You set solid foundations for us. You looked after the welfare and cared for our residents, and we will build on the work that you have done, you and your predecessors. And to our residents, tonight, this result is not just a number. It represents your trust in us, your confidence in us, and it represents a heavy responsibility that we gratefully and humbly accept to serve you. And to all those who did not vote for us, we hear you, we respect you, but we will work even harder to be even better to serve you and win your trust and confidence the next time round. And tonight is not the end of a campaign, start of a new term of service to our residents at East Coast. There is much that we have to do to continue to build East Coast, to turn it into our home that is special, our heart, our soul, and we will continue to do all of that with all of you to make East Side the best side.亲爱的东海岸居民，大家晚上好。我们很感谢，衷心的感谢你们给我们那么大力的支持，谢谢。我们会继续努力，为你服务。我们和你们，我们大家的居民同心协力，同心同行，共创未来。 跟你们在一起，建个更美好的东海岸。谢谢。Thank you very much, everyone. Majulah Singapura.
Hello, Singapore, and hello, East Coast. Thank you very much to our residents for being the coolness in our eyes, for being the warmth in our hearts, and for being the fire in our belly. We hope to journey and serve you and be a part of your East Coast story. 现在我讲华语一点可以吧？可以吧？好的，好的。亲爱的 East Coast 的居民 ，especially Fengshan and Siglap， 感谢你们。来，我们一起加油吧！一起加油！ Sekalung budi dan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kami ucapkan kepada penduduk East Coast atas kepercayaan yang diberikan. Kami tidak akan sia-siakan kepercayaan anda. Kami harap untuk berbakti dan mendampingi anda. Berat sama dipikul, ringan sama dijinjing.
A very good morning to everyone. I'd like to thank our East Coast residents and especially our Changi Sime residents as well for giving us the mandate to continue to serve you. As Minister Edwin Tong has said, this is not the end of a campaign, but this is really the start of the next journey we will be doing with you. To all our activists, all our volunteers, thank you so very much. You have really worked hard with us this last 5 years and also this last 9-10 days. And it has been so encouraging. So it's been really, really wonderful. Thank you so much for everything that you do. And I must thank DPM Heng, Dr. Maliki, and Cheryl. Thank you so much for what you've done, for allowing us to really build on this going forward. Really appreciate that, and thank you very much. And to everyone, thank you. We look forward to working very hard for East Coast and for Singapore. Thank you.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். இன்று நாம் கண்ட வெற்றி ஒருவரின் தனிப்பட்ட வெற்றி இல்ல, அனைவருக்கும் இந்த வெற்றியை போய் சார்ந்தும். சிங்கப்பூர் மக்களாகிய நாம் ஒருங்கிணைந்து ஒளிமயமான எதிர்காலத்தை உருவாக்குவோம். Ladies and gentlemen, I think you'll agree with me that the people of East Coast has spoken. I want to take some time to thank our activists and volunteers for standing behind all of us, particularly me since I'm new, and for walking the journey with me and all of us. Let me also thank Min Maliki, Cheryl, and most importantly, my predecessor, DPM Heng Swee Keat. We are deeply humbled by the results that we have received, and we hope to do more in the coming 5 years. We stand on the shoulders of giants, and we will do our utmost to build a better East Coast and to make East Side our best side. Thank you very much.
Dear East Coast residents, and thank you for being here at 2 a.m. in the morning. You guys are the greatest.
Thank you for working with us over the last 9 days campaigning. And really, it's a team effort to bring us here. And it's really a big thank you to the East Coast residents. And particularly, I'd like to say a big thank you to Kampong Chai Chee and Chai Chee residents for giving us a chance to serve you again. And this is our team PAP DNA and spirit. We work together as a team, with a new team here, refresh ideas, but really continue building on a foundation laid by our predecessors. And today, we have DPM Heng, Dr. Maliki, and Cheryl Chan here with us. Please give them another round of applause. This is how we work together with our residents to build a home for everyone, for every generation, for every age. Continue to make East Side the best side for many of our residents here, and working together as a team. So a big thank you. We are humbled by your trust, and we will continue to work together with you to serve all our residents. And for residents who didn't vote for us this time around, as my teammates have said, we'll continue to reach out to you, hear from you, and importantly, let's take action to improve your lives and lives of your loved ones. This is our commitment to all our residents at East Coast. We will make East Coast a better home for all of you. Let me say a few words in Mandarin. 亲爱的东海岸居民们，尤其是我要衷心的感谢冈榜菜市和菜市的居民，衷心的感谢你们给我们的信任跟支持。这是个非常重大的责任，我们不会辜负你们的。我们也是不忘初衷，非常感谢我们黄瑞杰副总理、孟里奇博士跟陈慧玲打下的很好的基础，跟我们居民打造更有活力、更有关心的社区。我们团队虽然是竞选完了，可是明天就开工，为你们努力，为你们打造一个更美好的家园。谢谢你们。
Okay, let's start our East Coast story with cheers for our predecessor, DPM Heng, Minister Maliki, as well as Cheryl, and of course to all of our activists. I say East Side, you say Best Side, okay? Standing by. I say East Side, you say East Side, East Side, Best Side.
Let us welcome the candidates from Tampines GRC.
Well, thank you, residents of Tampines, for this vote of confidence. We are humbled. My thanks to all our supporters who have worked very, very hard for our residents and campaigned harder in this election. And when we call for volunteers from our union brothers and sisters, they too responded. Thank you to our union brothers and sisters. our Tampines team, and that now includes Desmond Chu. We are committed together to work harder for you and for you to realize our vision together to make Tampines our model town. Now that the G is over, let's come together as one united people. Let's work together to make Tampines a caring community, because this is how we forge ahead as we face critical challenges and embrace opportunities that are before us. And this is how we will shine at the little red dot that will always prevail no matter how the challenges are. Once again, thank you for your support. Residents of Tampines and Singapore, thank you.
Comrades, I'm not about to make another speech, but will you join me in 3 cheers to thank all our residents who have voted for us, who have supported us, and thank all the party activists who have worked with us, and work starts now, that we need to continue to build Singapore for the future, starting now. Let's join us in 3 cheers. Majulah PAP! Majulah Singapura! Majulah PAP! Majulah Singapura! Majulah PAP! Majulah Singapura! Thank you and good morning.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. I'll see you in the food court. Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Definitely me. You want?
This side, that side.
Okay, over here, yeah. Right. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you.
Group picture. Camera. Oh, sunrise also.
I'm ready. Okay, good. Ready? Stand by. My camera. Tracking. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Stand by. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Alright, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good night, guys. Good night, guys. Bye. Go back safe, huh? We are looking forward to discharging it to the best of our abilities, everything that we've got. But let me start tonight by thanking our residents for their trust and confidence. That gives us a really strong platform to continue to elect.
The results this time is better than last election, and this is despite having lost two heavyweights like DPM Heng and Dr. Maliki. What factors do you think tipped in your favor?
Well, we'll obviously analyze it in greater detail after tonight. But I think amongst the factors that perhaps counted in our favor, I think is also confidence in PM's team. PM's commitment at a national level, what he has done, how he has sketched out his vision, his bold plans. I think those are amongst the factors that helped us. The other is the fact that we have, despite changing out our team, we have had the ability to build on the work that our predecessors have done. And we don't let the break in the workflow happen because there's a new phase. So I think the residents understand that we are committed to the long term, building on the plans that have been set up in the past, and now really making sure that we deliver.
Is there anything that surprised you in this election?
There are many surprises in this election. So many twists and turns on nomination day, the walkover at Marine Parade, and of course, in the end, what really mattered was the individual connection of the crowd. And we felt that over the campaign, that was something that we worked hard to do during the trust talk and introduce ourselves and explain our position, who we are, and what we stand for. And I thought that was something that went down quite well.
You said that in the 9 days of campaigning, there will be a lot of ground to cover for East Coast. So what are your priorities for the next few weeks with the East Coast residents?
Well, it was not possible for me to have covered all the ground over the campaign period. So as I said, the work really starts tomorrow, and we will have to redouble efforts to get to know our people, understand those who didn't vote for us, why that was so, and really what we can do to make it better, make the process stronger,
and to make East Coast really a livable home, a place where livelihoods and aspirations are preserved, and turn it into a place where people feel at ease and comfortable, but also a place which allows us to aspire to and build aspirations and shape the future.
Basically, just a follow-up to your point, how do you intend to reach out to those who do not vote for you, and what steps will you take?
A lot of it will have to be groundwork, door to door, in common spaces, reaching out to them, but also understanding what makes them tick, why they didn't support us, and work out plans and policies which will help in that regard. We have a big national agenda, but there's a lot that can be done on the ground. And I think it comes down to the five of us to work out how to help our residents best in curated and very localized needs, which sometimes means counting on policies that will supplement and enhance the national policies. So we'll be doing that. No.
We hear also from the new faces, Mr. Dinesh.
Yes.
Yeah. So the both of you are new entrants to politics in what was one of the fiercest fights in all of the different GRCs. I think Din Tong has talked about how East Coast is historically a difficult war for the PAP. So how do you feel about today's results, and was it surprising?
I think we are pleasantly surprised that the results turned out the way they did. We didn't take it for granted that we were getting results such as this. I do think that it was a tough fight on the ground, particularly when we meet residents and we realize the concerns that some of them have. These are difficult issues that we need to resolve. But I could sense that there was a strong, we were strong as a team. And I think each of us brings in a different skill set. But together, the five of us are stronger as a unit. Secondly, I think the residents were able to then see the value that we bring to the table, and hopefully that we have helped to adjust the results to what we see.
Mr. Dinesh, you said in the podcast before, and I'm rephrasing here, that